is joining us remotely, so I'd like to be able to start this morning's meeting, call the Commonwealth Transportation Board to order, and then turn this over to Secretary Valentine for some opening comments.
Good morning. Are you ready for me?
I am ready for you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Commonwealth Transportation Board. I am out of an abundance of caution am calling in this morning. So I wish so much, as you all know, that I could be there in person. I will also say that out of abundance and caution that our fellow board member, Ray Smoot, is also calling in this morning. Both of us for separate reasons, but we just live in a very remarkable time, and we're all trying to be as careful as we possibly can be. With that, it does make me a little sad that I am not there to welcome a new board member from Virginia Beach, Mr. Freddie Stant. Mr. Stant, I wish I could welcome you in person, but I will do that very shortly. For those of you joining us today, either in person or streaming, I did want you to know that Mr. Stant is here. He is taking the place of John Malbin from Virginia Beach, representing the Hampton Roads District on our board. And I know that I speak for all of us on the CTB of just what a committed, smart, energetic board member Mr. Malbin has been. And so, Mr. Stant, we know that you will follow in those footsteps, and we look forward to the opportunity to work with you. Mr. Stant was a founding principal of Clark & Stant Law Firm, which merged with Williams Mullen, and a firm with whom Mr. Stant works until, I believe, 2012. And at which time you retired from practicing law. And you have served on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel Commission since May of 2012, and has served as chairman of that board, I believe, ever since. And we are very fortunate now to have Mr. Stant on our board. So I welcome you. And I will also say that I welcome back Mr. Scott Kaswitz, who's going to be joining us for another term. I was really thinking, Mr. Kaswitz, I'm not sure which one needed the orientation more, but it is really, it's great to know that you are going to be serving on this board for a longer term as well. And with that, Mr. Stant, is there anything that you would like to say to the board?
Thank you for your kind words, and I look forward to serving on the board. I spent first hour in the meeting of the rail committee or subcommittee. Quite frankly, for the first whole meeting, I felt like they were speaking Mandarin Chinese. I had no concept of what's going on. So I know I've got to learn a whole new language and a whole new set of acronyms, and I'm confused already, and it's probably not going to get any better for a long time, but I appreciate it. Thank you all for having me.
Yes, and I'm going to ask that Spencer Gilbert bring you a hard copy of the orientation guide, and all of us are here to help you, so I will say that as well. Mr. Kaswitz, anything you'd like to say about your new term on the board?
Excited to be able to continue the great work that this board has done through my past 7.5 years and be part of that hopefully for the next 4. So very, very pleased to have been reappointed. Thank you.
Which is great. And so,
may I say something?
Oh, of course.
Of course. I've known Mr. Stant and his family and their reputation all of my life. And they are equal in caliber. He's equal in caliber to Mr. Malbin. And he and his family have done great things in our part of the neck of the woods. And so I'm very excited to be able to help him and support him as the district rep. And I know he'll do a fantastic job. So I do miss Mr. Malbin, but I'm excited Mr. Stant is here to fill those shoes. And I know everyone else will find what I've known for many years, that he's a a very capable, competent, and fun guy to be around at the same time. So we're excited to have him here.
Oh, Mr. Miller, thank you so much. I will say for the board, because we weren't able to give Mr. Malden a proper send-off, I do believe he's going to be joining us for dinner in October. So everyone will have a chance to offer their words as well. So Mr. Miller, thank you with that.
Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, good morning, Madam Secretary. I'd just like
Morning.
to comment on Mr. Stantz joining the Commonwealth Transportation Board. I worked with him while he was the chair, if you will, of CBBT, and I served on that board for a number of years. He's done remarkable work in Hampton Roads, and we shared a number of large corporate clients that were active in so many ways. He brings an awful lot to this board, and it's a pleasure to have him here, and I welcome him in his new position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Stan, as you can see, you are joining a great region with help with Mr. Miller and Mr. Johnson, and really the most remarkable board of which I have ever been a part. So again, thank you for joining us. As I turn this over to Commissioner Brich to run most of today's meeting, I did, and I really didn't have to say this to Commissioner Brich, but I did call Allison as well, that I will probably interrupt a time or two during certain presentations. And so, are you all laughing? Because that is really what I do. And so I will be actively engaged, and they have already given me permission to do so. And so with that, Commissioner, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We'll start this morning's meeting with our Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll get into the agenda.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, justice for all.
So before we start the first agenda item, I'd like to make a quick announcement with regard to what you have, the board members at your seat. In recognition of the governor's executive order with reducing single-use plastic use throughout the Commonwealth, we're embracing that and continuing to reduce our carbon footprint. Each of the board members has a water bottle in front of them that denotes their designation on the Commonwealth Transportation Board. So please use it. If you do elect to take it home, please bring it back. But it is a single use at that point in time, but so certainly bring it back to us and see. If you do leave it, we will make sure it's washed and ready for you before the next board meeting. I will say that these all have been washed for today's meeting, so use them as you see fit. So, Mr. Stant, you do have Mr. Malvin's water bottle. We will. So we will order you one for, as you see, you will be getting a water bottle and a nameplate by the next board meeting. So again, and that's a fairly good segue that I will turn this back over to the secretary to introduce our first presentation. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know it's no surprise that I'm already interrupting. I will say that as the Commissioner and I were talking this morning, he did ask me, since he was going to be running the meeting, if he too could be a doctor. I told him that that is really something that one has to earn over several months and years. So I did want to introduce this. Chief Deputy Commissioner Rob Cary presented an introduction to an Office of Transportation Sustainability back in July. This morning, our consultants with KPMG, Declan McManus and Josh Hesterman are going to be presenting a more robust description of this office as we continue to move forward with it. I just really wanted to thank them for being here. And out of abundance of caution for their children, they are also calling in to the meeting. And so with that, Chief Deputy Commissioner Cary, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. Good morning. It's great to be with you all here today. As the Secretary said, to follow up on some information we shared with you in July. I'm joined this morning virtually by Declan McManus. He's a principal with KPMG who leads their the engagement on this particular project, and as well as leading their infrastructure strategy practice. And also Josh Hesterman, who is a director of infrastructure strategy. And he leads KPMG's environmental, social, governance, and sustainability offerings as well. We're very fortunate to have them with us. I will tell you a little bit of background around them is they have some really good experience across the country and really across the world. In North Carolina, they assisted in developing the state's electric vehicle strategy in response to that governor's executive order. With VDOT, they've assisted with both our electric and autonomous vehicle work in determining the eventual impacts to the Commonwealth of that. With the Port of Virginia, they've developed a tool to baseline carbon emissions by asset and run scenario analysis on pathways to achieve future emission goals in line with the governor's mandate around Virginia 2045 zero net emissions. They've worked with LA Metro in California, helping outline their sustainability program, including more than 10 unique initiatives ranging from bus electrification, HVAC and LED retrofit projects. They modeled both the environmental and financial impacts of each of these 10 initiatives. And then they also worked with Highways England and developed a governance strategy, internal carbon pricing tool, and select business case analytics for review and decision. Josh and Declan have been helping the Transportation Secretariat. I say that very specifically. While they've been working closely with VDOT, it's really around the entire Transportation Secretariat to design and further establish sustainability in transportation for Virginia. We're establishing an Office of Transportation Sustainability, and Declan and Josh are advising us on the process as well as bringing their depth of experience to these efforts. The Office of Transportation Sustainability worked closely with me and other transportation agencies to bring together the many pockets of excellence found throughout all of the agencies in sustainability and drive transportation sustainability efforts going forward. The CTB is obviously going to play a very critical role in directing the policy decisions that are critical to implementing sustainable transportation practices, while the Office of Transportation Sustainability will implement these policies with support, involvement, and engagement from across the Transportation Secretariat. Simply put, the office is needed because the efforts required in this area are just too big, too integrated to be handled on an ad hoc basis. These efforts must be institutionalized within the agencies to really achieve the greatest success. We're focusing our efforts in transportation within one group that can tackle the day-to-day efforts that are required in the analysis, research, data analytics, policy analysis, and the options analysis with a focus on return on investment for those decisions that would be offered up to this board to make investment choices on. The office is going to work through me as the chair of the CTB's Environmental Committee to ensure the committee is engaged in the many critical policy decisions along the way, with the CTB as a whole obviously making those final decisions. They'll also be engaged with the agencies across transportation to ensure an integrated approach to these solutions that's clearly needed within transportation sustainability. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Declan and Josh. Declan's going to start out to review their efforts. We've got a short slide deck that we'll go through, and then we'll take questions at the end. Declan?
Thank you very much, Rob. Hopefully I'm coming in loud and clear. And I just want to say we're very grateful for the opportunity to assist you in this exciting and extremely important endeavor. Yes, absolutely. Just want to say that we're very excited to work with you on this important endeavor. So as Robert mentioned, we've been appointed to assist the Secretariat and VDOT bring together all of those pockets of excellence that relate to sustainability that exist out there in the transportation ecosystem, and align all of those with a proactive strategy to help transportation do its part in meeting the goals of the Commonwealth Clean Energy Policy. So we've spent some time over the last month or two with transportation leadership to define a strawman mission that encapsulates how sustainability can be brought into transportation. And that mission is as follows: to deliver an effective multimodal transportation network that addresses the mobility needs for all Virginians in an environmentally responsible manner that supports the goals of the Commonwealth Clean Energy Policy. Next slide, please. And next slide as well, thank you. The vision for how we want to achieve that mission is to approach the work that is ongoing and our future work in this area across 4 main pillars. Pillar 1 is investments and initiatives, and this is about building on the great investments already made, such as the Omnibus Transportation Bill or the Rail Plan, to ensure that they continue to deliver sustainability gains. The second bucket is greenhouse gas emissions and decarbonization. This is about defining tangible pathways to bending the emissions curve to achieve our net zero ambitions. The third bucket is resiliency, and this is about understanding the impacts of climate change and taking a proactive stance on asset and capital planning to mitigate those impacts. And the final bucket is stewardship and land management. This is about maximizing the beneficial outcomes of our existing asset inventory. My colleague, Josh Hesterman, is going to take us through those buckets in more detail later on in the presentation. It's proposed that these 4 major focus areas are going to be supported by an Office of Transportation Sustainability that's going to provide the staffing and support to keep each of these work streams on track. We're currently working our way through the Transportation Secretariat, cataloging all the work that's already been done and is currently being done so that it can inform the establishment of the office and the creation of a cohesive and aligned approach towards achieving net zero by 2045. The objective here is to have a clear strategy and approach for the office that our transportation stakeholders can feed into. Next slide, please. As we've been thinking through the establishment of the office, we've worked with transportation leadership to define some key principles that will ground the office and help make it sustainable in the long term. Those principles include to be institutionalized so that the office can sustain for the long term. The office must create visibility for those pockets of excellence, raise them up so that everyone in the transportation ecosystem can see the great work that's happening and be inspired by it. Clearly, it needs to be action-oriented to make sure that we hit our goals by 2045. It has to be connected so that it can play a part in all parts of transportation. It needs to be measurable and accountable so that we can ensure that it's hitting its goals. And it needs to be empowered to perform its mission. Next slide, please. In terms of our assumptions of how all the puzzle pieces fit together, we see the role of the Transportation Secretariat is to deliver the strategy and policy in consultation with this board to meet the overarching goals that are set as part of the Commonwealth Clean Energy Policy. It's currently assumed that VDOT will play a critical role in providing the staffing and support for the office to deliver on the mission. And it's our presumption that Department of Environmental Quality and the Secretary of Natural Resources will be in a role of tracking our progress towards meeting those goals, as it would be doing for all of the other secretariats, and providing valuable input into strategy and policy as clear subject matter experts in this area. So this graphic is effectively depicting how we are one part of meeting the broader clean energy policy, and we expect to work closely with our stakeholders and partners to refine that strategy to ensure its success. Next slide, please. I'm now going to pass over to my colleague, Josh Hesterman, to take you through the initiatives that are ongoing in the 4 buckets and the initial plan as we bring together our strategy for the Office of Transportation Sustainability.
All right. Thank you, Declan. I appreciate that. So here you see again restated those 4 areas that we'll be covering over the next several slides. So again, just to recap, investments and initiatives, the greenhouse gas emissions and decarbonization, resiliency and how we incorporate that into our asset planning activities, and then stewardship and land management around the overall understanding of how we make the best, highest and best use of our existing asset base. Next slide, please. For each one of these, we're going to have sort of two different aspects. One is identifying these areas that we've already made investments in or have kind of been capturing this work to date. So as mentioned earlier, in the investments area, there's been several areas where Virginia has already made enormous strides. A couple of those being the omnibus transportation bill, so being able to establish a level of funding that's going to be very useful for actually scoping and providing ongoing support for sustainability initiatives down the road. The Ctb Environmental Committee itself, similar to the Office of Transportation Sustainability, I think that the dedicated body being able to focus on policy recommendations and just spend the time, the focus, and the resource necessary for these critical initiatives is a very important part of sort of getting this right and making it survivable for the long term. And there are a host of other areas that have already shown great progress, including the mileage-based user fee pilot that the Commonwealth has been a part of to understand what a future program might look like based on the vehicle miles traveled as opposed to the current gasoline tax regime, and various collaborations that have obviously been very successful as well with WMATA, the program to transform rail, and areas like integrated express lanes. Next slide, please. And as we just covered, that is a substantial amount of work already, and I think that understanding how those initiatives and investments are incorporated into our future review processes, whether that's amendments or encouragement in how to use smart scale or other ways of integrating it with our current processes in Virginia, will be pretty critical again. To making sure that sustainability is a consideration in each and every of our investments, to provide us the ability to understand where and how we might be able to incorporate sustainability in a place we hadn't thought of before. So I think the ideal future state as we see it is this tighter integration with how we currently run our investment programs across the board. Making sure that we take various elements into account, the multimodal nature of the transportation network we want to continue to build and expand, and then adding in this aspect of environmental responsibility that'll be the cornerstone of many of the larger investments that we make over the next several years and even decades. Next slide. So moving to the second of our 4 buckets around GHG emissions and decarbonization, again, much of the progress to date has really set the stage for a lot of the work that I think the Office of Transportation Sustainability is going to be able to focus on and drive forward in quite a substantive way. So there are a number of areas from EV readiness, understanding what the infrastructure needs are going to be based on what we think the future fleet mix of electric vehicles looks like, all the way to kind of making moves in that area itself. So a shift to electric transit, trying out zero emissions buses in several specific areas in Virginia already, and trying to figure out what it would look like for a larger rollout. In addition, we've got some very foundational pieces of work around establishing and working with DEQ on the GHG emissions baseline that again will provide us that ability to grade ourselves based on where we're going and what we've already accomplished to date. There'll also be some very substantial adjacent programs like offshore wind, clean cargo handling, and sustainable aviation fuels that highlight other areas of the Transportation Secretariat, and will certainly gain more prominence in the next several years as those continue to be proven out and become a bigger part of the sustainability solution for Virginia. Next slide. In terms of the plan forward here, I think that this was sort of signposted a bit ago, but really what we're attempting to do here is to create that decarbonization pathway, and take this good work that's already been done, and understand what the Transportation Secretariat broadly is going to have to do, and what the options are for bending that curve as we head toward the net zero economy 2045 goal. So really in terms of GHG and decarbonization, it'll be focused on creating this curve, and then understanding what what the various options are, and beginning to draw out that roadmap of the highest potential opportunities that will help us get to that goal. Next slide, please. And as I just mentioned, a large part of the decarbonization effort itself is simply understanding, the landscape of where we've been, where we currently are, and what those various pathways look like. And so, as mentioned in the introduction to this section, we've helped several agencies work through, what these various types of paths look like, and certainly this will be a sort of backbone of the work in Virginia too, to just look at what those potential futures look like, and identify the sort of underlying initiatives that will have to be executed on, and managed through to the 2045 goal, to make sure that not only within transportation, but across the other sectors that have been mentioned in the 2045 net carbon goals, that we're also in constant communication and engagement with the different sectors to make sure we're all playing the part that we need to play to achieve that objective. Next slide, please. As we move to the third bucket here, the focus area around resiliency, again, some substantial progress that's already been made. I think a couple of the more prominent pieces as of late have been around an understanding of both sea level rise and rainfall intensity, to think through where we stand with regard to risk from floodwaters in various ways. So, that's been tied into items like the Coastal Resilience Master Plan, and the climate change megatrends that'll be touched on by VTrans as well. And so that the expansion of that, I think, will be one key piece of resiliency as we move forward. But we also have sort of some fundamental research pieces going on as well, understanding what construction designs and specific materials might go into either making us more resilient, lowering the effect of our emissions, or a combination of both. And so those require a strong understanding of the trade-offs that are inherent in any of those types of changes that you make as you think through redesigning a construction process for a legacy project like a surface transport rehab, that sort of thing. So as we gain more information, I think that will be a bigger and bigger focus of where we head, as the other areas around flooding and general hazards are also understood to a greater degree. Next slide, please. And here for resiliency, obviously a lot of this goes toward the ultimate goal or ideal future state of being able to, have an asset base in Virginia that's able to very quickly bounce back and utilize kind of the best of research and analytical tools that are out there to be able to continually build on this concept of resiliency. I think that as we think about the near term, there'll be questions around expansion to other hazard categories. As I mentioned, we focus largely on water, on flooding and precipitation and the resultant impacts there. So obviously that will continue to be the case, especially in those parts of Virginia that see the most risk from that. But I think that there'll be questions around expanding that out to other hazards, including more extreme temperatures on certain asset types and things of that nature, with the ultimate goal of taking this and establishing a risk-based adaptive design approach that directly informs how we both build our new construction projects and maintain our assets over time. So that's also going to incorporate more of this process integration, trying to understand the true ROI of doing an asset, a resiliency-based asset approach. What does that actually earn us in terms of additional life of the asset, simplicity of maintenance, or the actual financial benefits through ROI or another measure. Next slide, please. Moving on to our last focus area around stewardship and land management. Again, progress to date has been extremely varied in this area. From wetlands preservation efforts that I know various groups as well as the port are interested in continuing to progress, to some very visible activities around supporting pollinators, the monarch conservation program that's related to that, and reforestation along the I-295 corridors. So, here I think that we've got the opportunity with stewardship and land management to really take a very sort of first principles look at all the land and all the assets that we have available to us in Virginia, and really run it through a process that helps us understand the highest and best use from both an ROI standpoint, harkening back to the last category, but also really what the environmental benefits and the exposure and the optics are to the rest of the public, to help them know that these are focus areas for us and something that we want to make sure that everyone understands we are spending some of that valuable time and resource managing. Next slide. And here I think a key aspect of the near-term plan for stewardship and land management is simply to continue some of the work that's gone on already. Performing some additional analysis and evaluation of land holdings to make sure we understand what the options are to get that piece of land, that specific parcel, to its highest and best use, by understanding what characteristics it has. As we kind of move through that and understand and perform that asset scan, I think that there'll be the ability to also just kind of create a continuous improvement loop of how we do our land management, and make sure that these aspects of stewardship, just like decarbonization, just like resiliency, are baked in a standard part of how we think about working through options for the land that we own and literally steward through its life cycle. So that'll eventually lead us to this ideal future state there that we characterize as kind of an objective, actively managed process that really does have that balance between the environment and other opportunities for us to be able to introduce several of these programs into places that may not have may not have necessarily seen them for whatever reason across the Commonwealth. Next slide. And so we've got several immediate next steps that we've identified. As you've seen here, a lot of what we've been doing is really just understanding that sort of baseline, getting a sense of what's been done, what's left to be worked out. But we'll very quickly be turning toward developing some of the nuts and bolts around the organizational structure and operating model. So how will the office actually function in practice? So taking these areas that we've discussed and making sure that we can put in very clear, well-articulated ways how the office can take on the challenges that we've just worked through in the prior few slides. We'll continue building that transportation strategies and initiatives inventory that's going to help us understand where we can focus some of that energy in the near term and really point the office toward successful initiatives. And as another piece attached to that, developing estimates of the costs and benefits related to those strategies to make sure that as we incorporate it into broader planning processes, that we're clear again about what the overall benefit is, both from the sustainability standpoint as well as the potential costs that may be incurred depending on the sustainability initiative type. And as we continue on, there'll certainly be additional stakeholder outreach, more conversations like this one, to keep everyone apprised of where we're going and continue to build out an understanding of those sustainability efforts. As you've seen in the last several slides, it is a very, very broad universe of what goes underneath the banner of sustainability, and rightly so. I think that's the appropriate way, certainly, for the Commonwealth to be able to really move the ball forward and make a lot of progress. But it's going to require a very diligent outreach program and kind of communications as we move it along to make sure that both from an individual agency standpoint, from employee awareness and engagement, and eventually for a greater public outreach and input plan, that we're able to continue that at a regular cadence, just to make sure that as things develop, there is no that inputs are being integrated in the right way, and that we're not unintentionally duplicating or conflicting with any other efforts across the Commonwealth. I think at this point in time, the team would be happy to take any questions or comments, but that's at the end of our section of the presentation.
So, Madam Secretary, I'll let you continue to maybe offer some insight or comments, and Rob is back up at the podium to be able to choreograph any questions that we might have.
And Commissioner, I did want to add a little to Josh and Declan's presentation, particularly around the precipitation piece, where we're doing the research with that, and for upgrades to precipitation expectations for various years' storms as we see more intense rainfall. What I think is lost on many people in that is, when we do that, that becomes the standard that's used for everything across the state, not just VDOT. That's what local developers are using. That's what any calculations with drainage would be based on. So I think it's very important that this is far-reaching, even beyond what VDOT does itself. And the other thing, I certainly want to thank Josh and Declan for joining us remotely. They have kids and pods in schools, and in today's world, it's trying to protect everybody. So, but most importantly, I want to thank the Secretary. I think you all know this. This whole subject is so critically important to her. She's really provided an intense level of leadership on this particular topic that we had here today. And I think it shows in what was presented here today and where we're going with this, that I'm not knowledgeable of what's happening in every agency outside of the Transportation Secretariat, But I think we can all be proud of where transportation's going on this to meet the governor's goals of zero net emissions in 2045. But I did want to specifically thank the secretary and say how important that I know this is to her. So, Secretary, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to say.
Rob, thank you so much for saying this. It has been a tremendous team effort. Every time they try to have a meeting without me, I think they find me joining. And I know they're all going to smile when I say that. Yes, I think putting this platform together is really, really important. I think many of you on this board have even said to me, you know, the moral imperative about what our responsibility is. And I certainly have felt it. And I'm so grateful to Rob Cary, to the commissioner, to Director Mitchell, to the entire secretariat for really making a commitment to this as we are, you know, building this it's building the bridge as we cross it. So I recognize that. And it was really interesting today. I will say that as I was listening, there was one piece that was a part of this early on. And so I would like to integrate this as well. And that was the environmental justice piece, the equity piece that I think we can also integrate through this office. It was early on, we took it as a given. And I think as we develop this, that equity piece can also be an integral part across all of the focus areas. I will say that it was Declan McManus who coined the pockets of excellence, which I have really appreciated and is a gateway to getting many people to join us and support us in this effort. And so with that, Commissioner, I will turn it over to you for questions and comments from the board.
Okay. Members of the board, any questions for Rob or Declan or the team? Mr. Kasprich.
Question, I guess I'll direct it to Rob. Rob, when I look down at the last slide, in the immediate next steps, one of the bullets is develop estimates of costs, benefits, and related impacts for each strategy. If I page up to the graphical representation of what path we might follow, it's identified as illustrative. Illustration of where we might go. We have spoken in our environmental subcommittee about the need to create a baseline for what our emissions will be in the business as usual, so we have a comparative analysis tool when you start to present these alternatives. Can you tell us when we can expect that baseline? I know it's a big undertaking, but when will we have that tool at least to start to understand a little bit better where we are?
So Angel Deem and her team have been working. And actually, in parallel with that, DEQ has looked at a baseline. They have developed a baseline, and I'm really happy to say that between our baseline and what DEQ had, there's agreement. I would say, I don't want to say exact percentage, but the feedback that I've heard from DEQ is that our baseline and theirs generally agree. There's not big discrepancies, which I think is a great thing. So we have a good baseline for where we are and where we. Yes, for where we're going through the statewide great greenhouse gas baseline that we did, and where we are right now is really working with DEQ to look at those slight differences as we go out. They're not major things, but just to make sure we all end up at one agreed upon, this is the baseline where we start. And then where do we go to change that trajectory down to net zero?
So what's your time estimate for the reconciliation between DEQ and our baseline?
I would say that that's probably within the next 60 days or so. I mean, we're actively working with them, and actually tomorrow morning at the environmental committee meeting, we have Tom Ballou, who actually leads their efforts in this to go over their baseline. So, I mean, I think that's a great opportunity to talk about it. And the other thing I would say around that is tomorrow morning's meeting is also an opportunity. We thought that having this presentation here today would give them some time before the meeting tomorrow for follow-up questions as well. We'll do all that today, but I know that sometimes this can be a lot and you want to marinate on it a bit and think of some more things.
So with that 60-day time frame, is it reasonable that we expect to see a baseline in a final form by end of year? I say we this board.
I think so.
Okay. The second question relates to the mission statement, and it says, everybody can read it, but in an environmentally responsibility manner, it's talking about multimodal transportation network that supports the goals of the Commonwealth clean energy policy. Is that an enumerated, is there a quantification of that? Do we know what our target is? And what our role is going to be in greenhouse gas emission reductions as the transportation sector? Without that, I think it's going to be hard to know when we've done enough, based on the baseline model we talked just.
So the Commonwealth Clean Energy Plan is obviously the entire Commonwealth's clean energy plan, and that's where DEQ comes in, and that's where they're kind of the independent arbiter of the progress that each secretariat will make as they work towards these goals. So establishing that baseline between what we have and they have, which we're in general agreement, and then looking at the various strategies that can bend that curve, and looking at where we can get to. Can we get to zero? That would be ideal. Can we get to net zero? More likely, because right now the technology doesn't exist around, say, heavy construction equipment, snow plows. Maybe it will come that there's something other than fossil fuel burning vehicles to do that, but right now that doesn't exist. So we'll have to see where that goes. But so that's where we look at like this land use prescription, I think is the term that you used yourself. Looking at our land holdings and what can we do for beneficial outcomes, maximizing those beneficial outcomes to provide a buffer to get to that net zero.
That's my question specifically. There's no target within this clean energy policy that we as transportation have to achieve based on the objective of being GHG neutral by 2045 under the governor's executive order.
The target would be for each of the secretariats to work to get to net zero, but the reality is that the compilation across all secretariats has to be that net zero. So there may be some that are a little above, and there may be some that can do other beneficial things. So there is not a target set today. That's part of this whole process, other than to get to zero. Then the issue is going to be how close can you come to get to zero?
I guess what I'd like to see in the future is the kind of a progressive schedule of what we expect to do, maybe in 2 or 5 year increments, so that we start to target things that are near enough that we can understand if we're really making progress on them.
Right.
2045 is still a long way off.
Yeah,
and it's a lofty goal, but what are we doing in the next 2 years or 18 months or 36 months to actually start to achieve these goals?
Completely agree. And we've had a lot of discussion around that. I think the slide that was up there with various illustrative paths, as we move forward, those will adjust. As technology comes in, today we anticipate a certain adoption rate of electric vehicles. If that accelerates through other policy decisions, that bends the curve down. That's helpful. If there are other things we do. So I totally agree. What we've talked about is we do not want to go with a target of 2045 and just, well, we'll see how we're doing as we get there. No, we want to know where we need to be at 2030 and 2035 and 2040 and 2045 so that we can say, are we on the glide path to land that where we need to be or not? And we need to be targeting that, just like we've done with special structures and our pavement and so forth, where we have a curve where we can tell this board exactly where we need to be along that path. And are we tracking successfully, or do we need to make adjustments to do more to get back on that path?
Expect that we'd see that, our projection for, say, the next 5 to 10 years, broken out into maybe 2 year or 1 year increments.
That's something that we're going to have to work, obviously, with DEQ on. So I'm hesitant, honestly, to say exactly today. I don't want to put a line in the sand, but I certainly believe that having that within the next 6 to 12 months is very reasonable. But
okay.
We can keep you up to date on that as we go, and that will be a moving target. Obviously.
Understood. We'll also be able to hold ourselves
on,
accountable for how well we do on that plan if we're looking at relatively short increments. We either overachieved or we didn't, and that'll help guide future decisions.
I agree.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Ms. Hines?
Thanks. Scott went to some of the places I was going to go to. I do think that referring to the Commonwealth Clean Energy Policy in this mission statement is confusing.
Okay.
I went and looked it up. It's hard to find. There's only a few clauses that actually apply to transportation. So I do think it could be changed to say that supports the Commonwealth's goal of achieving, net zero by 2045. But, something, and could talk, as Scott just said, about taking interim steps to achieve the Commonwealth's goal. But this is without the citation, people don't know what it is, et cetera. And the overall goal is pretty straightforward. The other couple of observations I was making, because I think you're already thinking about implementing, and I'm thinking about monitoring. And I'm thinking about how are we gonna look at all the actions that we take and ask ourselves the question, are we advancing along this path? So there's a couple of connections that I would love to have you explain to us later, in more detail. One is, how does this fit with the goal E of transaction, which is healthy communities and sustainable transportation communities? Is this a seamless overlap? Or is this all bigger? I think we could debate that, but I think some thinking about that would help. I would also say that I was fascinated by this ideal future state that's on some of the slides. For instance, just look at slide 8, which is the first one, where the ideal future state says, provide guidance on the types of investments and initiatives that will deliver a multimodal transportation network for all Virginians in an environmentally responsible manner. When I think about the ideal future state, it's, what am I going to see? So in my ideal future state, I would start this with investments and initiatives that deliver an environmentally responsible multimodal transportation network across Virginia. Well, then I can say, oh, okay, did I make progress on that or not? Each one of these can be adjusted and shortened, and then we end up with 4 things that we're really paying attention to, that we can say to you at the end of every year, every 2 years, okay, and you all figure out what the metrics are, but we have a big idea that we can hold on to, that the public can hold on to, that says this is what it means if our transportation network is sustainable in the long. So I would just encourage you to go back, take one step back from the detail here and say, what are those couple of big things that we can hold to? Because we've come so far from where we started talking about this, whenever that was. I can't remember now. This is great work, but we have to structure it so we know that we're making progress. And those various scenarios are going to help us, but what does it look like?
And I would say that recognizing that we're just setting up a group to do this, we are very focused on, and I just because it's familiar to everybody except, I guess, Mr. Stant, because he's new, but the pavements and the bridges and special structures where we have laid out a trajectory, and I use in Mr. Kasperwitz's parlance a glide path, a flying, the airport airplane landing. We need to establish that glide path to get to where we need to go, and then we need to be checking in on that regularly so that you all know exactly how we're trending. Are we getting where we need to go? Are we meeting the plan that we thought we would meet? If not, how do we correct? If we're doing better, then how do we press that plan to be more aggressive in what we're doing? I totally agree. I'm not sure that we have all the information today to do that, but the idea, I just want to stress that we're very focused on doing this in a way that we have metrics that are measurable, that we can come to you and report on a regular basis, whether that's every year, 2 years. We're on target. We're actually trending better, and we think we could improve or increase our target to do even better. I think that's what this board needs to know.
Right, and avoid giving us 100 metrics.
Right.
Give us a couple big important ones.
Yeah. Okay.
Mayor, I will just say, I really appreciate what Mr. Kasperwitz and Ms. Hines had to say. All really good comments. I just really wonder if Declan and Josh could comment on the fact that as you are working with other states, other agencies, as you're putting this together to identify metrics to create that glide path, aren't we all kind of going through the same process as, as I'm saying, we're building the bridges, we're crossing it, first assessing the inventory of where we are, so that we understand where we're going. And maybe a little bit of your experience might be helpful too.
Yeah, certainly, and I'll take the first crack at this, and Josh, please chime in. As it stands at the moment, I think there are a few different categories of clients that we work with. There are some clients who who will be dragged kicking and screaming into this arena. There are some clients who want to be at the very, very leading and bleeding edge of this, and then we have some clients who want to take some tangible steps that have return on investment. But it's fair to say that there is the ground is still settling on monitoring and the appropriate metrics. It's done differently in Europe from Australia, from the US, and so I think to Ms. Hines' point, we want to be in a situation of identifying what are the metrics that work right for Virginia, and then using those to hold ourselves accountable going forward.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Cary, we have I applaud the work of trying to wrestle with a tough issue, and obviously we're moving in the right direction in many respects. Do we have a policy with our road building or anything to do really with us in that regard? It sort of deals with this in the particularly in the eastern part of the state, the Southampton roads specifically. We're about a foot over the water at max, depending on the time of the day and so forth. And most of Southampton roads is mature, built out. Certainly in the city of Norfolk it is. Lots of Virginia Beach, Portsmouth, lots of Newport News, Hampton. And as I watch the localities sort of wrestle with this, they're instituting requirements to build things higher and to put things higher. And you go through these old neighborhoods and you got a house that's 4 or 5 feet higher than everyone else's, and they sort of stick out and look funny. But, that's I guess that's okay. The question I have is, we continue to build roads. I'd say 98% of our roads in Southampton roads and 98% of our buildings, including the naval base and all these huge infrastructures, cannot be raised. It's just ridiculous to think that somehow we're going to raise all these buildings, all these roads, hospitals, naval bases, and everything else. And so I don't understand, as we work at our level doing transportation versus localities level at looking at housing, raising houses. And I'm thinking, if we get what we're predicting, or some people predict, and we get another foot of sea level rise, it's really great that those 1/10 to 1% of houses are above the water, and the rest of everything else is underwater, including the roads, the hospitals, the schools, everything else. I'm thinking, why are we doing that? We're never going to build our way out of this, right? We're never going to raise our way out of this. And we continue to put money on road projects, right, that are where the roads are. They're low. So if we get this foot or foot and a half in Southampton roads, if that comes, whether it's 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or 40 years, we are underwater unless we stop the water. It's not about raising the land. It's about finding a way to stop and manage the water, as they've done in Amsterdam, as they've done a better job of in New Orleans and other places. So I don't understand the disconnect. Is there any sort of thought about how we protect this huge infrastructure of roads differently than the concept of just making people raise their houses when they rebuild or when they build new? What do we do about that?
Mr. Miller, it's a great point. I think that the secretary says it well when she talks about in all this work, we're changing the tire on the car at 60 miles an hour. We keep doing projects. We keep having to see what's happening with sea level rise and increased intensity of rainfall, while we also are funding work to get the new intensity so we know that we're modeling those correctly. We're doing the work at VIMS around sea level rise, looking at inundation mapping, not just for how frequently inundated, how long they're inundated. All of that work is underway. It's not complete. So that's all underway to then provide us the information that then we can come to this board with some, ultimately the idea was to come with policy recommendations to be able to say, this is where we should go. These are the things we can do. And really there's the resiliency piece, which is really around protecting our infrastructure from these threats. And then there's this other piece around greenhouse gas, which is
Sure.
let's see
Totally
what, we
different.
may
I
not
mean-
reverse the threat, but can we stop the threat?
Sure.
Can we cease
Sure.
where it is and not make it worse? At least Virginia do its part to the greatest degree we can to do the right thing.
But in the meantime, so this may not be a good example, but it's the only one I have at the moment. Steve, you could probably help me. When we when we drug ourselves through the Alaskan Road project, which has been a difficult one over many, many years, one of the last things we sort of did, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, but we decided, or the localities in VDOT decided to raise that road more than it otherwise had been. Okay, and we spent a lot of money to do that. And I'm thinking, well, that's really good. So when it floods, we can all get on Alaskan Road and be a little bit out of the water and everybody else is in the water. So I'm trying to connect the expenditure of taxpayer funds to do things like that. And sort of in the abstract, or not in the abstract, but in specificity as opposed to the whole problem. So in Norfolk, Church Street is well known as sort of the road that is high. It's the road out of town in the old days. And it's the highest road in the city. And that's where you go if you're trying to get in or out of there when it's flooded. And that's great, right? But if we're perpetually flooded, it really doesn't matter. So as we deal with projects today, tomorrow, the next day, and if we are encouraged and tend to spend more money to make them marginally higher, is that really what we ought to be doing?
Mr. Miller, if I could jump in, and today's planning models, and I think what we're trying to say here today is, through this presentation, the VIM study is up on our way, inundation, updated maps, updated sets of information. We do take the free board into consideration into our design standards today. So as you pointed out, Alaskan Road, the bridge was raised through that. It will be a high point, but there will be additional conversations in the near future that I believe we're going to have to come back to the board to say, is it good public policy to continue to make these decisions? What is the cost-benefit ratio then, or the return on the investment?
What are we going to do with the railroads?
Well,
what do we do about them?
Let me deal with one mode at a time, but
Jennifer's looking, she's mentioned, excuse me.
But to this point, Mr. Miller, is that we do take this into consideration in our design phase right now to be able to help make the determination. We know that there are other low point roadways that to be able to raise that roadbed, to be able to accommodate travel through there, we need to chase the drainage and the topography for a very long distance. And that then only increases the cost of the project, which then will turn into what the value, what is the true value of that project. We've said this before with resiliency, and I want to say a number that when we started the comprehensive review, I believe Mr. Johnson at that point in time asked about what are we going to do to continue to maintain our roadways, at least in low-lying areas. Next presentation you'll see is part of that comprehensive review. But to answer that question is, there's going to be a time and place that we need to abandon our work and abandon reconstruction activities within low-lying areas that are inundated so often. And I believe that some of this work that VIMS is going to show that we may need to say that if that roadway is inundated X% of the year, then is that the right use of our taxpayer money to go into that's going to have a perpetual problem from this point forward?
There's so many of those, Steve.
It-
There's so many of those. That's the problem.
it-
If there were a few, I get it. But I
I-
mean, I just have no concept how we ever get there. How we ever get there. I mean, if you believe some of the sort of more extreme models, say we're going to be 18 or 24 inches above where we are today in Southampton roads. They're all underwater, every last one of them, except maybe a couple. And the buildings are underwater. So like, why, if that's the case, all right, why would we spend money to make this little piece here higher when it functionally has no use if the whole thing is 18 or 24 inches higher? It doesn't, I can't connect them yet. So I'm looking for some help to connect the current spend of precious dollars to raise things up when we can't get there from here.
So, Mr. Miller, I do believe that this is part and time with creating this office to look at the environmental components, resiliency, GHG, land management as a whole, and be able to provide this body back with information to begin to craft public policy associated with each of these things. The fact of the matter is we can have the debate today, but we don't have the information to make true decisions that would be meaningful to go to Ms. Hines' point about where do we make those investments and using those limited dollars and what is the net effect. And so,
but we're already making some of those investments along the way, and that's what I'm questioning.
I agree that maybe we need to take a better look at the immediate
10 million here, 20 million there, all of a sudden it becomes real money.
That in the short term, it might be you need those high roadways to facilitate evacuations during these times in the interim stage. And that might be something that we look at the primary system to do. And that is there a cost benefit that to be able to provide some mechanism to get our people out of low-lying hazardous areas over this 20-year period, and then for the next 20 years it might be something. But this is pure conjecture until we put the information directly in front of you to make those decisions.
You know, and I'm no modeler and I'm no scientist, and I trust PIMS to give us the best data we can get. But we're sort of talking about this versus that is where the roads are, right? So like, okay, so we're going to put a little money in this road to get it, you know, but like, what have we accomplished? Well, listen, when the hospital, when the first floor of the hospital's underwater and the city hall's underwater and Scope is under, you know, is flooded.
So,
you know, getting out of town and you know, like, that's not the problem.
So, Mr. Miller, Mr. Miller, Commissioner, can I just interrupt? First of all really good points and all questions being asked. As much as I wish we had all the answers today, we're not going to get them unless we go through this process. And so I will, John Reinhardt did have that metaphor, you know, with the work at the port when they were expanding VIG and NIT. You know, we are changing a tire on a car as we're driving at 60 miles an hour. I will say as we do this, that we're actually creating a path. I think the consultants will tell you that we're one of the first to do this, and we are trying to integrate this into all of our work. Imagine if we could identify a factor that we could put into smart scale that would weigh the consequences of what this piece of infrastructure or a choice of infrastructure would do. So this is going to help us, I think, throughout planning and development and execution. But we have to start. And that is what we're committing to do today. We're not alone. We are part of a statewide effort in this part. There are other statewide initiatives. The Virginia Coastal Master Plan is underway. There are many efforts that we are integrating with, and that we hope to bring that that expertise to the board as well. So we're working all together to try to deliver this. And you're going to see a presentation later today on VTrans and how we are trying to integrate these mega trends, or looking at them from a longer term perspective. I just think it's really important that as a board we are making a commitment, and really the maybe at the state level we take for granted the clean energy plan, but it's very simple that we as a state are going to be at net zero emissions by 2045, greenhouse gas emissions. So we're all working together, and so that is the point of bringing this to you today. And I do believe that when you look at the different agencies in transportation, we are all wrestling with a lot of the same questions, but they're all making the commitment. And Declan and Josh, I think in some of your other work, it doesn't get better by doing nothing.
No,
And
and
so we're
I'm
really
in full,
committed to move this forward and to integrate what we learn into our policies and practices as soon as we are able.
and Madam Secretary, I'm in support of what we're doing and the concept. What I'm questioning as we're going 60 miles an hour and we're trying to change that tire, as we continue to appropriate monies along the way to improve our infrastructure and to build infrastructure, what is going to be our policy and our practice as it relates to height and cost? And I just do not see how we can ever get there, to sort of take the stance that and I'm suggesting we have taken it, but if we took the stance that everything's got to be higher and everything that gets improved has got to be higher, we're never going to get there. And if we sort of cherry pick a little here and cherry pick a little there, well, we're all going to, I just don't want to waste our money is all I'm saying along the way. If we can get somewhere, then I'm all for it. But if it's sort of just, if it doesn't get us anywhere, it really bothers me because money's so tight.
And I think we would all like to
Well, it
say
really
that
just
we
has to
are
do with
making the
not the
smartest,
rest of the
best
stuff
decisions that we can.
Mr. Merrill?
Yeah, I think I heard you, Mr. Cary, say that sometime by the end of this year, we will have a baseline as to what we think, where we are today. Two questions, mostly related to what Scott had referenced earlier. When will we know what our potential expectation is in terms of targets for transportation to meet the state's goals? Because I saw your earlier slide talked about all the secretariats are going to have their own activities. And I'm assuming that transportation is going to have to address X%, that education is going to have to Y%, things of this sort. So that we have, to Scott's points, like what do we expect to occur over the next 5 years? And then secondarily, could you comment on how the secretaries envision coordinating their efforts across all the different secretariats to come up with transportation's got to find 55% of the greenhouse gas reductions and education has to have 10%.
Yeah, I'll be happy to. I'll let the secretary talk about the coordination because that really rests with another secretary, Secretary of Natural Resources. But relative to the first part of that question is, we will have a baseline. That baseline is not just today, but it goes out into the future as business as usual with the expected adoption of electric vehicles. A good example that the federal government has an expected rate that they will be adopted, and we can project that into how that will play out in the future on our curve. That would be the baseline, and then it's going to be up to us to look at what are those options to drive that line down. I mean, I think a great example is the investment that this board made with CSX. When you look at what CSX is going to do to additional VRE trips, additional Amtrak, and all that, and taking VMT off the roads, there's a demonstrable change in what that's a big project of a statewide scale that could move, that could bend that curve. So that's part of this is, I know that the Secretary is very interested, and this comes back to the policy piece of this, would be to be able to come back to you in the future with a proposal that how this could be adopted into smart scale. How could that be a measure as you fund projects? Which ones move the needle well on greenhouse gas emissions? But we don't have that today, but that's what we're working towards. And that's, I mean, I think Mr. Miller's points were very well taken, that the reality is we are where we are today. I think that the one main point I would say that the taxpayers can be very happy of is that the VDOT, we've invested millions of dollars through VIMS, through this precipitation forecasting, through the sea level rise work that they're doing, through the greenhouse gas work we're doing, that we are not sitting still. We're not waiting for it to happen to us. What's happened has happened. But going forward, we want to do something in the right direction. So I hope that helps relative to the curve and where we are with the baseline, but also we've got to start that process of a menu of options and how they could impact that curve. And then which ones would we recommend that the board adopt it through, obviously, capital improvements to move that, or through other policy changes as well. But Secretary, I think you'd probably be best to talk to the coordination across all the secretariats.
Well, it would have to go through the Secretary's office. You know, all the Transportation Secretariat office, and I imagine it, again, we're setting the structure up. I imagine it very much like Kathy McGee's position as Director of Innovation. Her work crosses all of the transportation agencies, from aviation to the port to the spaceport. And so I imagine that whoever leads this effort would have that same relationship with all of the transportation agencies. So for me, it's a very natural daily operation. But I think bringing this a fuller picture to the board, it is something very similar to the Office of Transportation Innovation.
But Madam Secretary, what about the coordination across the various secretariats? That I think what
the others. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking more about within our sector. You know, that is still being established. About how we are all going to be coordinated. So perhaps in a later meeting, I could have someone from the Secretary of Natural Resources and Department of Mines, Minerals and Energy, who actually is the keepsake for this. We've somewhat jump-started our work by moving ahead with this, and so all of that is still being developed. And certainly as that moves forward and decisions are made, this board will be made aware of that.
And Mr. Merrill, we have transportation is the largest contributor now in Virginia. Now that such aggressive work's been done with the power industry, they were the largest contributor to greenhouse gas. So, you know, we recognize that we've got, and it's, you know, primarily vehicles, primarily moving tailpipe emissions. So we recognize the role we have to play. And what we will be continuing to work with Department of Environmental Quality, which is, again, sort of the independent arbiter of, are you making progress? They're the ones who measure air quality across the state, and will do it across all the various secretariats. So the part for us is what can we do? What's possible with the technology that's out there and with the investments that are made and with the management of our lands to drive that to zero? Ideally, we get to zero, or if we can't get to zero, then what do we do not only getting as close to zero as possible, and someone else will have to help with some beneficial uses. So that's the thing. Right now, we're saying we know business as usual where it's going, but we've got to figure out the delta between business as usual and getting to net zero. And what are those approaches and investments that get us as close as possible to zero? I don't have an answer to that today, but that's the primary thing this office will work on, one of the primary things.
As you can see, that we've got a lot of work. Mr. Kasprowitz, we're about to jump in. We'll do one more.
Comment. And actually, the first one is response to Mr. Miller's questions on how we make decisions on investments. A couple of years ago, Mr. Johnson and I met with the VIMS group and had a very productive meeting. And at that time, I learned that we have a couple of tools at our disposal to start to create an information set. Another baseline will help us make these decisions. And one is that we as a state have a GIS system that gives us a centerline elevation of all of our interstates, primaries, and secondary roadways. Very useful tool when we're looking at where flooding may occur. The second is, I understand that there's now an accepted standard for sea level rise that we as the Commonwealth of Virginia, in collaboration with NOAA and other agencies, VIMS included, have determined is our baseline moving forward. I guess the question I want to ask is, why can we not combine that information into a tool that would start to provide an early indication, sensitivity analysis, if you will, could be color-coded maps for very simple use that would show us where the first areas of flooding are. Mr. Miller seems to be looking at this in its total. And we realize there's areas that are going to start to have problems in 3 years, 5 years, 10, and 20. But it's hard for this board to make decisions on policy without having, again, a quantifiable baseline that we can say, okay, we understand that investment here will probably be underwater in 5 years. And investment here will be 20 years. And that helps us with this discussion of where and how we make our investments. So my question specifically is that a tool that we can expect at some point in the foreseeable future to help guide our decisions?
Yeah, we've got a lot of pieces in motion right now, so I don't see a reason why we can't look at combining efforts and pieces of information. I do think that we've assembled internally a data science team to be able to pull that information together and make better decisions. So in the short term, I'd say yes. Let's be in the aggregate form of all the available information that we have. I do think, and we'll conclude this topic for today, we could take the rest of the day on this particular issue, but the recognition, I think the Secretary has said very well, is we're at a starting point, let us continue to move forward. The message is very clear that we need interim goals to be able to make sure that we're making progress.
Tools for us to use.
And let us pull together the appropriate tools. And frankly, I don't want to presuppose that that is the appropriate tool at this point in time. So
no, but I just
so
offer this as a
I'm going to cut it off.
We do have a tool as part of the work at VIMS that they're developing. I just want to.
Mr. Brich, just real quick.
Mr. Dodson.
I guess we're assuming that the next governor will be sworn in January is going to have the same ideas we have. So I think what happens, I've seen government, all kind of levels, assume that the next governor, the next mayor, the next president will go along with what the current president, the current mayor, or the current governor goes. So I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, spend a lot of time after. Like, it's great, but we'll have this large conversation, and we'll see what happens with the next administration. Continue the progress.
Mr. Dodson, thank you for the comments, but I will say that I think this is important to the agency to make sure that the decisions and the investments are longstanding and the taxpayer money are being well spent. So with that,
in case the next governor, okay?
I do have the gavel, Mr. Kaspowicz.
Yeah, right, please.
If he gets to talk, do I get to talk?
Lunch.
Okay.
Lunch.
It's a commendable effort. We look forward to being part of it.
Okay. Thank you, Rob and team. Madam Secretary, we're going to get on to the next. The Vice Chairwoman gave me very direct guidance to run an efficient meeting in your absence, and it's not. We're already a little bit late, so.
For the record, I think you need me, but go ahead.
Ding, ding, ding.
Thank you all. I will just close. I'll go on mute, but you know, today you're going to see a VTrans presentation, which I think builds into our first discussion. I will also say that the work being done at the Transportation Research Council is also as well. So there is much work taking place, and it's pulling it all together. Thank you all.
Thank you. Commissioner Brich and I were tag teaming, and we had a plan that we'd be out of here by noon, but I think that's kind of the window. But welcome to the podium, Commissioner Brich, and talk about Maintenance and Operations Comprehensive Review.
Thank you, Madam Chair or Vice Chair. Looks like I do get to pitch and catch today all simultaneously, so I do appreciate your patience with us. And I'll just say, Madam Secretary, I guess that honorary doctorate is going out the window for, so.
I don't know. There are many hours left in the day.
Okay, I appreciate the recovery or opportunity. Next slide, please. So again, good morning, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. I'm here with Kevin Gregg, the Chief of Maintenance and Operations, to be able to give you an overview of our maintenance and operations comprehensive review. So just as a reminder, in 2019, December of 2019, the board took specific action to adopt performance measures on pavements, bridges, look at our best practices for routine maintenance, as well as our special structures program. Next slide. So today, I'm going to ask Kevin to come up and give you an overview of where we stand with pavements, our structures, and routine maintenance. At that time, we said we would be back in front of you on an annual basis, talking about our planned work and what we've been able to accomplish and making sure that we're meeting that glide path that we just talked about in the preceding presentation. And Kevin will give you the overview of the pavement structures and routine maintenance items, and I'll be back to finish out our work on special structures. Kevin?
Sir, Madam Secretary, members of the board, next slide, please. Mr. Kasperwitz asked me if this was going to be an exciting presentation, and I promised him it would, so here we go. I'll try to make it as exciting as possible. Next slide, please. If you remember, as the commissioner said back in December of 2019, these are the performance measures that you approved for pavements on an interstate. And if you remember, you split the primary out into higher volume and lower volume, and the same with our secondary. We came up with different targets for those. So those are the targets that we're moving forward with, and those are the ones that you'll see that we'll be comparing our progress to as we go on for the years to come. Next slide, please. So if you'll remember, these are the charts, or these are the graphs that we gave you to talk about our targets and where we would be. And as you can see, the green dotted line up in the top, you see the target for interstate is 82%. The green line is that target, and our charge was to transition from where the sufficiency that we had at that time in 2019 to 82% in 10 years to be 2029. You can see that target. So our actual performance is in blue. So in subsequent years, as we go forward, we'll be tracking that progress, and you'll see these same charts. So as Mr. Kasperwitz talked about in the environmental part, that you'll see this, and we can track that progress as we go. And this will be the same for our pavements on the interstate primary and secondaries, and for our bridges on interstate primary and secondaries as well. So on this one, you can see that in 2021, we're at 88%, 89% actual, and the target was 89%. So we're a percentage off. So for our pavements, I just want to give you where we started and where we are. Calendar year 21, this year that we're in now, was the first year that we actually had the total allocation of $463 million for those pavements. So in 2019, when you approved it, all of our pavement contracts were pretty much done by then. We only had one additional advertisement in January after that. So that pavement program was set for our 2020 calendar year. In 2020, we funded the $425 million that the department had committed to fund, and in December we were able to turn loose additional $38 million that came from the budget bill to go into our pavement program. So some of those paving contracts for calendar year 21 may extend into 22 because they didn't get in the hopper early enough because of some of that money that December of last year. But what we anticipate is that as we go along these targets and all of these systems, that we'll toggle right around that target of 82%, 1% below for 21. Next year we may be 1%, but we're going to stay, our goal is to stay as close to that line as we can as we go to our goal of 82%. So let's go to the next slide. Look at our primary system. As you can see there, the targets and our actual, again, still green and blue. Our expenditures, we've committed to $463 million, and this, our part of the primary system is $153 million of investment for each year, as you can see going across there. So for those pavements that are above 3,500 for calendar year 20, our actual was 86. We had a target of around 85, and there for 2021 was 85, and we're pretty much right on target for those higher volume roads. So the lower volume roads, the target for those, as you can see, is 75, and we're at 83 for 2020 and 83 for 2021. So we're pretty much right on target for those as we go down towards a goal of 75%. So don't hesitate to interrupt me if you have any questions, or we can take them at the end either way. But yes, sir.
Yes. So in setting the criteria, and I remember this discussion going on, when we set these percentages, is that based primarily on, I guess, a combination of objective and subjective criteria on the wear surface condition at that time?
Yes, sir. We do a pavement analysis every year. You know, we have a truck with cameras that go around, and then we take it, and that data, that video data, goes into, we have a pavement management, and it takes into account the condition of the pavement, deterioration of the pavement, a projected deterioration of the pavement, and so that's where it goes. And then our pavement engineer sends it out to all the districts, and then districts have a pavement engineer. Some of this data is about 12 to 16 months old when they get it, so they go out and ride these roads, and this is where the subjective part comes in.
So it's a fine tuning that goes on.
They do the fine tuning, correct. They go out and ride every mile of those roads and fine tune that, and may make some adjustments to a pavement engineer's recommendations at that point. So yes, sir.
So with regard to discussions we've been having this morning, bringing us back to emission reductions, the installation of new paving surfaces, of course, has a significant contribution in that regard. Is it possible that in the future we'd look at these from a perspective of maybe lowering that standard to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but still leaving serviceable roadways? Or are we at that hard limit right now? Is there margin in there, I guess, is the question, to make adjustments to look at reducing greenhouse gas emissions over the next 20 or 30 years?
Thinking that lowering the sufficiency rating would decrease.
By nature tend to take a safe approach, and I like that because that's what keeps us safe. But I just wonder, as we're looking at some of the kind of outliers and how we make these reductions, if dropping that 5% might reduce 1 million tons of CO2 emissions per year and still leave us with serviceable roadways and safe roadways. And you don't need to answer that.
Right. I think we'd have to take a look at that to see what kind of impact that would make on our roads. It's something we can take a look at. So.
One word of caution, though, however, that as we degrade our system to a point, the cost to be able to bring that up to a sufficient level might actually increase the need for the investments that we have and be more detrimental to the overall, not only investment program, but also be more detrimental to the environment. So
Understood.
There is a balance, but I think moving forward, there's an opportunity to be able to look at that, but recognize that there is a balance to be struck. I do think that some of the research on greener materials are going to be needed in processes, but we hear the message, but there's a point of, you can degrade it to the point that the investment would be quite significant.
I would never suggest that, but I just wonder if there's 3 or 4% in the margins here that may have a significant consequence from a standpoint of what we do to the air. Thank you.
So, next slide. Again, as a secondary target for the greater than 3,500, as you see, is 82%, 60 for those less than 3,500. And our investment on our secondary system is at $225 million. So for both of these, we're very close to our target. For those less than 3,500, you can see we're right at 60 for 2021 and for 20 as well. And for those greater than 3,500, we're right at 63, which is just a tad underneath that target, but we feel like that we're in good shape. So the primary and the secondary was getting to the target over 5 years, and the interstate was getting to that target over 10 years. So you'll continue to see this, and we'll continue to show you as we go forward with our payments.
Madam Chair, for the newer members who are not here in this policy to establish, can you explain what the implications of going from 75% to 65% on?
Well, from 72 to 60, it's a matter of the percentage of pavement that is below a rating of 61. So 61 is kind of a lower cutoff limit, so our CCI happens to be there. So it's a percentage of the pavement that's it's in good condition. So what we're saying is we want to keep 82% or 60% or whatever it is in that good condition. So that's, simplest terms, that's what it is.
And can you help us understand the difference, the practical difference as we drive down the road between good pavement as you draw that line and pavement that's not good, given these standards? We all know that the 64 problem we had 5 or 6 years ago was bad. Okay, but I'm trying to find out where the bad line is, if you will.
Sure.
As a practical matter, not as a grade or a 61 or what.
As a practical matter, potholes are bad. I think we all know that. But so as you drive down the pavement and you see a lot of cracking in the pavement, that's an item where the pavement has started to deteriorate. I know you've noticed sometimes you get some rutting in the pavement where the wheel lines are. That's an indication of some deteriorating pavement or some base conditions that may be under it. So those are the type of raveling on the edge where you have.
Is there a tipping point on bad? Like, when you get but so bad and it just goes to, when you start getting those cracks, like painting your house, right? If you don't paint, well, you start getting cracks, and then all of a sudden you get the tipping point. Now stuff is rotten, and now you got a real quick problem.
Sure, it is. And in our pavement program, we usually look at 3 different things. Where you look at a deep kind of fix, where you're rehabilitating the pavement, and then you're looking at repair, where you maybe just a mill and fill kind of thing. And then surfaces, where you're just resurfacing. In many areas, we do thin surfaces like slurry seal or surface treatment on a secondary road just to seal the road back up. So those 3 different things cost different amounts of money. So our pavement engineers take and balance those things, because you always have those deeper items that need to be done where you have your rutting in your pavement, but you can't always afford to do everything that needs to be done.
Thank you.
Okay, so next slide, we'll move right on to our structures. Next slide. So this is the performance measures you establish for our bridges, our structures. As you know, we always had a sufficiency rating for our bridges, and but we moved more towards a general condition rating, GCR, general condition rating of 5.6 was the target that we set. And if you remember, general condition rating is where we do our bridge safety inspection report, and they have the ratings on there. And 5.6 was that item that we took from there. So every bridge has a general condition rating, and that's where we are with it. So so another thing was that we would have no postings, no reduced capacity on our interstate system. So those are the performance measures that you established. If we go to the next slide, we'll take a look at the interstate system. So you'll see the upper line is the sufficiency ratings. The lower line is the general condition rating targets that you establish. Again, same formula. The green line is the target. The blue line is the actual performance. And for both of those on the interstate system, we're right at 99% sufficiency. And that's right there where our target is. The little difference in those lines are just decimals that you see there, but right on target for our predicted general condition rating as we transition from where we are at around 6 to 5.7 to 5.6 is our target there. So for our bridges on the interstates, we're right on target. No posted bridges. So we still have their investment of $109 million for our interstate system. So the investment for our bridges is $440 million. 38 million of that goes to bridge safety inspection, where we come up with these sufficiency ratings and general condition reports. So it's about $402 million that goes directly towards those bridges for the repair rehab of those structures. Next slide. So in our primary system, you see the.
Excuse me, Mr. Johnson.
I'm sorry, just if I might, Kevin, do we have federal oversight on the interstate system, if you will, that relates to the maintenance that we're doing? In other words, if we've got, a massive amount of interstates, and I know other states as well do, are they looking at this in the same manner in other states? And is there federal oversight to focus that effort?
Sorry. The federal FHWA has a requirement of their bridge safety inspection program. Every state is supposed to have that bridge safety inspection program, and we use federal dollars for that work that we do on the interstate system as well. So air bridge safety inspection is acceptable to the FHWA. Every state doesn't have to have the exact same program, but you have to have a program that does that bridge safety inspection. So we do that. Yes, sir. Okay, next slide. So in our primary system, again, the investment of 100. Let's go back one slide. Make sure I covered the primary system. So on the primary system, that investment of 156 million. Again, we're right on target for both the sufficiency and the general condition rating on our structures there. So just a tad difference on their sufficiency rating, just a tad bit above our target, but generally in good shape there for both years 20 and 21. So let's move to the next slide. We'll take a quick look at our secondary system. Same type of sufficiency. The lower one is the general condition rating. Investment of 136 million. So we're still, as far as 20 and 21, we're right on target, just a tad above our targets on both of those, but really very close as we go forward. So both our bridge and our pavement programs are on track to meet the targets that you established for both of those programs. So let's move to the next slide. This next one, the routine maintenance, is a little bit different for us, because in the past we tracked our pavement, we tracked our bridges pretty closely. We didn't really have a system in place to track targets, and we didn't really have performance measures for that you helped us establish some. So if we move forward, next slide. This picture is hopefully you can see this okay. It's a picture of the lighter color is a target, the darker color is the actual. These are the performance targets that you established, and really we have 1 year worth of data. So this is just 1 year worth of data. These targets, since we didn't have any targets before, if you remember, we took our best practices, and then we took our last 3 years of work that we'd done, and we tried to come up with a number that made sense. So that's where we are. The darker numbers, the actual, are for fiscal year from July 1 of 20 to June 30th of 21. So that's 1 year's worth of data. This is really established a benchmark for us, if you will, for us going forward. And really it was a back to basics. So for us, it was, we need to get back to basics. We need to get back to doing the things that are important to protect our major assets. Some of the things you see, if they're ditching, trimming trees, and that doesn't sound like it's important to major assets, but getting the shade off the road in many cases and off the bridges, things growing up on our sound walls, those kind of things are important. Also, pavement markings, some of our signage that needed to be, we're tracking unpaved shoulders. And unpaved shoulders and ditching are important pavements because that helps get the water away. So those were important targets for us as well. Many of the activities are directly impacted by weather. So for instance, our unpaved roads, the more it rains, the more our folks have to go out and grade those roads to keep them in good shape. The more it rains, the more the grass grows, and you have to go out there and get the grass mowed. So many of these things are impacted by weather, whether you can do them or can't do them to a certain extent during the year. But one thing that's important about these priorities that you set is it helps us understand our priorities, and it also helps us be more strategic in the way we go about doing our work, which for us, it helps us migrate from a reactive type of maintenance organization to a more proactive, so that we're not getting calls from the customer service office all the time and we're chasing fires, that we can say, that's on our schedule, we're going to do that next week or next month, or thank you, we've already done that, or whatever it is. So I think that's the key here, is this is going to take us down that road of being more proactive. I think that's going to be a value not only to protecting our assets, but to our citizens that have to use these as well. So are these the right targets? For now, yes, because it's the best we have. But as we go forward and have more years worth of data, then I think we'll have to go back and take a look at them and make sure that we're operating within some area of confidence that we've got the right targets, and that we'll build this data and we'll continue to analyze it so that we can go forward.
Mr. Gregg, I just have a really quick question. Where it says 10%, for instance, 10% of inventory, does that mean 10% of your time? What does? It means 10% of the number of pipes that we have, pipe locations, that we're there 10%, we're addressing 10% of them. Okay. Inventory is how many of. Okay, thanks. I just couldn't make the connection on that one.
Mr. Gregg, you've exceeded my expectations for an exciting presentation, and I mean that. Being part of this discussion, I guess it's well over a year ago now. This is really groundbreaking work, and to have quantified pavement condition in particular, and to be looking towards achieving a sustainable target, and to have the opportunity to even talk about what a minor reduction might mean, I think is monumental. So I commend Commissioner and everybody involved in this. For those of you not on the board, again, this was a really, I think, transformational presentation as Commissioner Brich started to bring some of this forward. So well done.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
One
Yates.
thing I'd like to point out on Mr. Gregg's presentation, and I really appreciate this, is the fact that you mentioned rain, the more grass grows, the more the unpaved roads have to be maintained. That's my segue into tomorrow's section on highway revenue sharing funds with localities who have money who want to pave their roads, and we're pushing that back into the distance. So I hope we discuss that tomorrow, because the more money these localities will match with us to pave roads, you won't have to worry about the gravel maintenance. So just want to make the board aware of that there are some localities that would like to pave roads sooner than later.
There are. Thank you, Mr. Yates.
Madam Vice Chair, if I can get the slide deck back up, I'll continue on with the presentation. Next slide. So also in 2019, we focused on 25 of what we call special structures throughout the Commonwealth. Those are, just as a refresher, those are our tunnel facilities that we have, movable bridges, such as the Gwen's Island, the Benjamin Harrison, and James River Bridge, to name a few, and complex structures. For example, the 295 bridge, Verina and Enon Bridge, and the 460 Smart Road Bridge as well. Thankfully, with the passage of the omnibus bill earlier this year, the special structures program has gotten its first infusion of monies to be able to start that 50-year process or timeline of improvements. This is the first year that we are allocating monies to that program beyond just the labor, keeping the lights on at the tunnels, or labor resources that we have. So I'm going to give you a quick update on where we are with the 50-year plan. But also in 2019, I brought forward the concept of creating a health index to help prioritize our investment strategy on those special structures, recognizing that many of these facilities, as you'll see, have critical components to maintaining their success and making sure it's operational. Back in 2019, I had used the analogy of what keeps me awake at night. And it's making that decision of whether we keep the Berkeley Bridge in the open position or the closed position if a drive gear fails or something. So either it's going to impact maritime traffic in that case, or it's going to impact highway traffic. So there is no good decision in that, but this health index is that tool that we want to go ahead and use to be able to help prioritize our investments over this 50-year time period on an annual basis. So I'm going to walk you through what I think the team has put together over the last about year and a half worth of work, specifically on our movable bridges and our tunnel facilities. Next slide. So first and foremost, as I said, we've done a lot of work over the last, I'd say 18 months to a year on our tunnels and movable bridges in creating a health index. In developing that health index, we did look at other state initiatives, did a literature search, worked and made calls to our counterparts, and really did not find anything in the press that would be out there to be able to help us generate this health index. In fact, we had some outreach with the Army Corps of Engineers looking at their risk assessment for levees and other facilities that they had, trying to identify whether there would be any applicability in this case. And what we found was, no, not really. We're really charting a new ground on this particular topic. Next slide. So just a quick overview of what we've pulled together and what the health index is. Well, it's a measure of the health of a facility, for example, a tunnel, but also the individual systems and components that make up the entire facility. The data is collected and is rated from good to severe, as you'll see, if I red, yellow, green. And we will be doing an inspection on those facilities on a routine basis, as Mr. Gregg said, every 2 years. But recognize that as we get into the fair and severe category, we will likely be doing that on an annual basis to something much more frequent to be able to make sure that we do not have a failure out there. Next slide. So let me give you an overview of a movable bridge. One bridge typically has 4 systems attached to it: our electrical, structural, house, and mechanical. And out of that system, we have 15 subsystems, and we can break that all the way down, and we have broken it all the way down to 81 elements. And you'll see there, out of those 81 elements, we've identified 16 of those elements as being critical. In other words, if they fail, the bridge may fail operationally. I want to stress that at no point in time am I going to say anything is unsafe. So just recognize from this standpoint, we're looking at items that are critical to the operations of the facility and keeping it open to traffic. If we feel that a facility is unsafe, we will shut it down immediately. So just recognize that. But as we build this health index, there are certain parts of the bridge, in this case, that are more important than some others, such as you'll see there, the differentials and the shafts and the opening gearing. Many of things that I don't know about, but the team of experts that do. But if they fail, the bridge will fail to operate. Next slide. So here is the current state for all of our movable bridges, from the Benjamin Harrison in the Richmond district down to the James River and even the Coleman and Chincoteague. Now, you're going to see a number of facilities on there that in this case, when we looked at and applied the health index in this case, we have a great deal, in my opinion, of orange and severe. And you'll recall, and I'll show a slide, that we've deferred a lot of maintenance on these facilities and have taken the approach that we're going to be reactive than proactive in a replacement. As we go through this, as I said before, all of the structure is safe. You have a red item up there, Gwen's Island Bridge. It's in the structural component, but it is safe. It has a lot more to deal with the turning movement and the rotations of it's the center bearings, it's the moment locks, and it's the balance wheel support. It just means, as you recall, there have been a couple board meetings that we've had to put a fire hose on top of it when it got too hot. Bridge expands. Mr. Cedric Rucker, you understand this better than I do. And some days that we need to cool the bridge down to be able to close it, and hope that if maritime traffic needs us to open it, we can open it. But as some on staff say, hope is not a plan. So with that being said, let's take a look at the investment strategy that the board adopted, at least for the next several years. Next slide, please. In what our 10-year investment strategy will have for us. So as we look forward in what we foresee in our investments in movable bridges, we see a significant migration to a lot more green and yellow, but this is for the overall health of the system. Now, the Coleman Bridge continues to show as a poor condition out there in a structural component, and that might be because of our pivot piers or center truss, but recognize that in our projection right now is that we will take that from an orange in the first 10 years to a yellow in years 10 through 15. So this becomes our investment strategy moving forward. The health index that we're talking about, since it will be updated on an annual basis using the methods, we may have a component that might be in the green category or the yellow category that wears out. And it might go to an orange or even a red category. And as we go through this on an annual basis, it will be very dynamic. As I said, there are 81 components to a particular movable bridge. And when you multiply that by the number of bridges out there, we're looking at a lot of components in this category. So the good news, I think, in what we're presenting today is that we're making significant progress in advancing the sustainability of these bridges to be able to maintain traffic and maritime traffic in many of these cases and keep them open to both systems. Next slide. I'm just going to go through this as an example. Benjamin Harrison Bridge. We're working through 9 critical elements right now. We will get that done in the first 10 years of the program. But as I said before, we're going to find ourselves having to do some other replacements in the outer years. And that includes, when you see a lot of green, you can say, okay, time to walk away. My answer is no. We still have a lot of work to do that will always be an ongoing effort for us because things will break down. Mechanical, our span guides, pinions, shear gears, opening gearings, all the way to our structures of our house component. And I think the last bullet really sums it up, that there are items that really have to be a planned investment. It becomes part of our proactive reinvestment in our structures, which is looking at our generators and gears that have a useful life of 30 years. So those will be very cyclical in nature. We might find ourselves 25 years to maybe 35 years of what that investment is, but we'll be looking at it on an annual basis to be able to help us determine the investment strategy. Next slide. Since I ran through the movable bridges, I'm going to go through the tunnels fairly quickly. 7 systems, 30 elements, 20 of which are critical. You can see the number of critical elements increases simply because they're going to be underwater or under a land mass. A lot of this has to deal with fire, life, and safety, making sure that if a fire happens, we can get people out of there, motors out of there in a safe manner, and keep the facility operational so it does not have longer-term damage. Next slide. So the good news is we've been spending a lot of time on our tunnel facilities from the civil side, but you have a lot of yellow here that says it's fair. It could mean that it's imminently going to go to poor. This, again, is the overall health of the system. This is not, if I showed you the picture of the pumps, which I elected not to, it's probably a good thing that we need to be investing in some of these critical elements. So let's fast forward to the next slide for the other one. What you see is that our investment over the next 10 years takes care of a lot of those real critical elements to get the facilities to a fair and good position. And I'm just going to fast forward to the next slide, which will go in a little bit more depth about what we have, for example, at the Monitor Merrimack. Monitor Merrimack showed overall pretty good, green, maybe one or two yellows in that. Our critical elements are going to be taken care of in the next 10 years, which is good. But following that, we still have fire, life, and safety issues at the facility and mechanical elements that we really need to take into consideration. Our drainage and our pumping will always be a continual effort that we need to continue to reinvest. You see it there, again, a planned schedule of replacement on these facilities. Next slide. So I'll give you the overview of where we are with the health index. Again, movable tunnels and bridges, we have it. We're going to start using it. And hopefully you saw what our decisions in the short term are going to have a significant impact. I do envision that the complex structures are going to take a little bit of time to let the team now refocus their energy and look at our bridges that we have and be back before the board in about this same time period next year to give you that overview. We'll continue, as I said, use the health index on an annual basis to be able to make sure that our investment strategies are working, and better yet, share our knowledge with others, whether it be National Cooperative Highway Research Program, Federal Highway Administration, AASHTO, and in general, other states. We've been already contacted by a state north of us, Maryland, that has a number of tunnels asking for some of this information.
Commissioner, I would just like to say at this point, I would commend you for your work that you've done on this. It's kind of alarming to me that actually nobody's attempted to measure this before. So I applaud you for the work in developing this health index. So thank you.
I'd second that strongly. I mean, this is exactly the kind of reporting that this board needs to understand this on an annual basis, and to have the baseline that you've created is it's groundbreaking work. Again, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. So let me, I'm sorry.
Yes, I would also like to join Scott in his comments. I applaud the effort that you personally and your team have put into what used to be vitals, now special structures, in building a database that we know where the assets are in the relative cycle of repair, because everything needs to be repaired as soon as it's built. So, and at the same time, recognizing that many of these vital assets are water-oriented and maritime significantly impacts can occur as a result of issues that are not looked at. So I appreciate the effort, and I think it's the right way to go. And it also brings to account the discussion that we had earlier in the day, talking about greenhouse gases and trying to build a database from which to take a hard look at where we need to go in the future. So this is a good model, and I appreciate all the hard work for everybody that's been involved.
Thank you.
So let me advance the slide to the next one and just recall in 2019, with regard to special structures, we had roughly $8 billion worth of need. And this was fiscally unconstrained, not from looking at a time frame, thinking that how much work we needed to do. And you'll notice that I said at that time, we've deferred a lot of maintenance, and that's why you see a lot of the front-loaded activities here. You'll see a solid black line that denotes some of the blue, and the blue, the first $50 to $60 million of this is really our labor force that has to man the tunnels 24/7. Looking at the utilities associated with that. To me, this is keeping the lights on and paying the mortgage of the facility. So there is a cost of maintaining these facilities. Everything above that black line really becomes a replacement activity. So I want to point out at this point, in 2019, we elected not to inflate the cost of expenditures. We wanted an apples to apples comparison in all of the comprehensive review. Whether that was right, wrong, or indifferent, it is what it is. So the next slide that I'm going to show you is so go to the next slide, please. A fiscally constrained model that does have a nicer curve to it that does identify, now that we're working in a fiscally constrained manner and using the health index to help prioritize our investment strategy to take the worst of the worst and the most critical investments that are needed to begin with, but also grow this over a period of time to reflect inflationary factors. I will say that in this diagram and the preceding slide, it does have replacement structures in it. We know that the Gwynns Island Bridge, the Benjamin Harrison Bridge, the Norris Bridge, all are due for replacement in this 50-year window. So this does contain the replacement elements of that. In your package that you have in your folder that's in here today, we have prepared a draft 50-year plan that's required by code that you need to adopt on an annual basis, a plan of improvement for each facility over the next 50 years. We plan to bring this back to you in October for adoption. I do want to caveat that what you find in here is that we focused on the first 10 years of the program. And what I mean by that is years 20 through 50, where I was showing that pump replacements on a 20-year basis and generator replacements are on a 30-year basis. In some of those cases, they are not reflected in here because first and foremost, we wanted the first 10 years. Since this is an annual plan, you will get much more granularity in the coming years. And I'm not overly concerned with the outer years of what is being presented to you at this point in time. Give us a little time where, we need to get up, crawl, walk, and then start running. And I think we're well on our way to getting to a nice jogging pace. But having said that, the plan does include the timeline for the investments in the replacement, including high-rise bridge for the next phase. This is all in the 50-year plan when you see it. So it is in your blue folders. Next slide, please. What are the next steps? Next slide. So again, as I said, by code, I'm going to need to bring back to you the adoption of the 50-year plan. This should give you about a month's time to be able to review what the contents are, be able to answer any questions that you might have. And then really next fall, give you another update for the full structures, pavement discussion, the routine maintenance, and bring forward again, where are we with our special structures health index on complex structures, but also give you an overview of where we are on the overall special structures program as a whole. With that being said, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gregg, for your presentation, and Commissioner. Madam Secretary, do you have any comments to make before we open it up for any comments or questions from the board?
No, I just really want to thank Commissioner Brich and Kevin Gregg for all of this work and the team that's behind them in putting this together. They are leading the country in these kind of metrics, and anyway, just really excellent work. I will have my remarks kind of associated with those of Scott Kaspowitz. It's just groundbreaking work, and I really just thank everybody. I don't know if John Lawson is in the audience there with you, but I do think this is one of the presentations that we should share with DALAC.
I think that's a good idea. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Welcome, Mr. Williams.
Just point out that I'm late.
No, I'm sincerely welcoming you.
I'll drive down to DC from DC.
Well, we're glad you made it. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you again.
So I guess I get to take back over, and I'll let, why don't we adjourn for lunch and be back be ready to go with, we're going to get Chad Tucker up next. We're going to play an audible and reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Get to come to lunch if you just got here. Settle out. The only troublemaker.
So next on we're going to move the policy for the development of VTrans and long-term risk and opportunity register to tomorrow morning's briefing, which will mean the workshop will roll into tomorrow morning. We're also going to move the transportation revenues and opportunities that Deputy Secretary Nick Donahue's presentation to tomorrow morning as well. So with that being said, if I could get the slide deck for the project pipeline, Chad Tucker with the Office of Intermodal Investment Planning. Ed,
thank you, Commissioner Brich. Madam Secretary, members of the board, today I'm going to be giving you an update on a topic that we approached 6-8 months ago, and that is the project pipeline initiative. Hopefully be able to give you all an update on kind of where we stand, remind you what the program's goals and purposes are moving forward. I would like to welcome Mr. Stant to the board. We look forward to working with you. I know our office will be contacting you for some time to do an orientation of the major programs that the office is involved in. Slide deck, there we go. All right, first slide. So just to kind of recap the program goals and objectives of the project pipeline, first and foremost, it's intended to provide a clear connection between the programming process and the prioritization process and the priorities that the board has adopted through the VTrans process. The priority 1 locations, make sure that we're focusing our planning and project development resources and to make sure that we're coming up with good solutions to those needs. The other 3 goals are really centered around streamlining the project planning and project development process and making sure that we improve project readiness so that we're managing risk of projects in the long run. Accomplish this goal, we are improving the tools that are available both internally and hopefully externally to be able to leverage the various data sources that we now have access to as a state to improve our collaboration and being able to understand the problems that are facing the transportation system. And then last but certainly not least, we want to make sure that we're doing a deliberate planning process, looking for the most cost-effective solutions, and that we're bringing a multimodal focus to our solutions. The pipeline effort is really modeled after the STARS program that VDOT has administered for some time. It really builds on the success of that program. And STARS recommendations that have been submitted for Smart Scale have seen an 80% success rate. So the program is very good at understanding the problems and testing various alternatives to come up with the most cost-effective way of solving those. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the focus is on the board priorities. And if you'll remember, the board priorities are built from the various need categories: safety, accessibility, reliability, congestion. The priority locations the board adopted really represents an overlap and intensity of multiple needs occurring in the same location. So to use a medical analogy, it's very similar to a doctor is going to focus on a patient that has multiple issues before a patient that has one issue. And that's really what we're trying to bring to the planning and project development process with the pipeline, is to make sure that we're focusing our resources in each region on those worst needs. Next slide. So to again use the medical analogy, it's very similar to sort of a triage approach that a hospital or an emergency room would take in categorizing and prioritizing patients. Next slide. To remind you how those the 45 study locations for the project pipeline were identified and selected, the districts and DRPT used the following guidelines. VTrans Priority 1 needs, and then remove any locations that already have a project in the works, whether it's through the state's capital improvement program or a regional or local capital improvement program. Remove any locations that had gone through a performance-based planning effort that already had a good, solid solution identified, and just so we can focus on encouraging applicants to submit those, and then really look for any high benefit projects that were not successful in round 4. The idea being that that's a willing applicant, and we can work with them to figure out ways to increase their project benefit and perhaps decrease their project cost and make the project more competitive moving forward. And so a meeting was set up with each of the district board representatives to go through those draft locations, and 5 locations were selected for each district based on input from the board. And we've essentially been moving forward with the program ever since. Next slide. So one of the things I want to spend a little bit of time talking about is the paradigm shift that's come with Smart Scale in Virginia. So prior to Smart Scale, projects would get selected, often would get selected and get programmed, and then the PE process would be where you would figure out what the project's going to do. Figure out the details, the scope of the improvement, the specific improvements. Smart Scale's really flipped that on its head. Now the planning and scoping needs to occur beforehand, because we need to be able to evaluate and calculate the benefits of those improvements and do reasonable cost estimates, because when the project's selected, we're essentially establishing the budget. So that puts this paradigm shift in Virginia has put much more emphasis on the need for good and strong project planning and project development that occurs before the project is selected. Next slide. So I know y'all have seen this before. I've used this slide quite a bit. Hit the space bar. So this decision tree, if you were to leave here today and get in your car and your check engine light comes on, would you immediately say, well, I need a new engine or I need a car? But oftentimes that's what happens in the transportation sector. We've got an issue, we need to build more lanes, or we need to build a new roadway. And I think a more logical approach, next slide, be when that check engine light comes on, next, let's understand what's causing the problems. And then next, let's develop and test a wide range of solutions so that we can identify the most cost-effective way to solve the problem. The idea being not to spend less, but with the money that we have, can we solve more problems? Next slide. So that's where, that's sort of the background. What we've been doing over the last several months is we've been having kickoff meetings with each of the localities and PDCs involved. We've been executing framework documents that outline this performance-based planning approach that we're going to take to planning. And we've been spending a lot of time improving the tools that allow us to more quickly diagnose and understand what's causing the issues. So let me explain how the study process typically has occurred in the past. We fund a study, the consultant then starts to reach out with individual work units at VDOT and DRPT to start compiling data. And then once they compile the data, they start to analyze the data. And you may be 2 or 3 months into the study before you really start to understand what's causing the problems. One of the things that we're doing different with the project pipeline is we essentially know the 45 locations that we're going to study. We have centralized the collection of many of the data sources into one series of dashboards through Power BI that will allow us to have a more standardized approach to how in the data and how we're presenting the data. So we're not having to pay consultants essentially to go out here and do data collection. We can front load that and do it for them and essentially help turn the data into actionable information. So I wanted to walk you through Some of the dashboards that you see here, this is the main sort of table of contents, if you will, and there are a number of individual dashboards that pull on different data sources to help understand various aspects of the needs that are affecting each of the study locations. Next slide. The first one is the travel time index. So we're able to pull data for each of the 45 locations directly from INRIX and are able to present the data in an interactive way. So you can zone in on the specific study that you're interested in. You can look at different years. You can look at different times of day. Are you interested in AM? Is this more of an afternoon issue or an evening peak issue? Is this a weekday versus a weekend? And so this essentially is an interactive dashboard that allows the analyst, the transportation planner, the traffic engineer, to really start to understand what's causing the problem, is it what time of day is occurring. Next slide. We're able to do this essentially with a lot of the different data sources that exist within the department and at DRPT. Here's a crash dashboard, excuse me, that allows you to understand what types of crashes are contributing to property damage only, what types of crashes are contributing to injury or fatal incidents. Right now, we're pulling in data that's within 2 miles of each of the study corridors, but you're able to use the buffer slider to zero in on the specific corridor, and you can even pull up crashes at specific intersections. Next slide. So we've designed this to really help turn, like I said, we're very data rich as a state, but information poor. And these dashboards are meant to provide a consistent way that we can improve over time to get the data in front of the planners and the traffic engineers and the public to more quickly diagnose the problems and issues. Next slide. So for example, this tool that we've built in allows you to pick specific crash severities, in this case, severe injuries, and then understand what are the contributing collision types that are contributing to the severe injuries, and in this case, angle crashes. And what that does for a traffic engineer or a planner is then give you intel that you need to then diagnose, all right, well, how can I move the needle on a performance standpoint with those specific crash characteristics? Is this occurring during the day? Is this occurring at night? And it's all interactive, and we can recreate these dashboards. If we get a new batch of studies, we can essentially create these new dashboards in a matter of 2 or 3 days. Next slide. And you remember this guy from the infomercials? But wait, there's more. So in addition to state data sources, there's also the flexibility to be able to pull in data sources that may exist at the regional or local level. Next slide. So for example, there's 2 regional data sources that we've integrated to date, with others that can be integrated as they're made available to us. 2018 household travel survey that was done in the Northern Virginia region has very specific, it was an add-on survey that has very specific information about trip purposes. So we're able to pull the zones in and around proposed improvements and then understand what types of trips are coming to this location or leaving this location. What are the demographics? What are the mode choice options that folks have within this corridor? So you're starting to get a more granular understanding of some of the travel trends and demographics that occur in and around each of these corridors to more quickly understand the possible range of solutions. The next example comes from the travel demand model outputs from Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. Next slide. So here you're able to understand sort of current and projected dynamics and travel behaviors based on the outputs of the regional travel demand model and take those into account as you're diagnosing the issues and coming up with the range of possible alternatives. So this is just kind of a taste of some of the interactive tools that we're making available to each of the work groups that are moving forward. And hopefully this is going to allow us to much more quickly get to the portion of the studies to then test the alternatives. And we'll be doing public outreach here soon to the stakeholders. We'll be setting up individual meetings with the board members to go over sort of progress to date in each district. But just wanted to come here today and give you an update on where things stood with the project pipeline. Next slide. Oh, I forgot streetlight data. So we're able to integrate streetlight data into here and associate it with each individual study location so that we can understand time of day dynamics, various trip purposes. Is this home-based work, home-based other, even some of the income dynamics in and along the corridor. And again, each of these dashboards are filterable. You can look at specific times of day, specific years. So as you can imagine, last year had a tremendous impact on travel. So we're able to sort of discount or eliminate 2020 and focus on before the pandemic, after the pandemic, to make sure that we're considering the actual traffic that's occurring along the corridors. So next slide. Just kind of a recap of timeline. We finalized the 5 study locations in each district and have issued phase 1 task orders. We're taking a 3-phase approach to these. Traditionally, and this is another thing that's different about how we're approaching these border studies in the pipeline, traditionally we will try to scope a study out from beginning to end at the very onset of the study. Before you even know what the problems are or what the potential range of solutions that you may need to do some preliminary cost estimation on. So instead, we've broken this effort up into 3 phases. The first phase is essentially to diagnose, understand, and brainstorm on the range of alternatives. We're going to do public and stakeholder outreach to the localities, PDCs, many of whom are on the work groups, but the public to get feedback on, do we understand the problem correctly? And what do you think of these range of possible ways that we could move the needle on a performance standpoint in a multimodal way? Phase 2 is going to be getting into more engagement, feedback, and starting to narrow the range of possible alternatives down to the ones that we think are the most cost effective, that are going to move the needle in the most cost effective. And then phase 3 will come in the lead up to round 3 of Smart Scale, where we'll want to make sure we understand, have a comprehensive investment strategy that can be submitted, where the risk have been managed from a standpoint of cost, that we've got a reasonable cost estimate to move forward with, a good sketch, a tight scope of work. So that's kind of where things stand with the project pipeline, and I'd be more than happy to take any questions that y'all may have about the program and the effort.
Questions for Mr. Tucker? Mr. Merrill?
Yeah, thank you. This is very helpful. Just a question, how do we as district representatives get assurance that the top 5 that we've picked are the best 5, that we're not missing ones that may have been identified, but because of the limit of 5, we end up picking 5 and they all look good, the ones that I sat down with our district engineer, but I wasn't sure about the whole universe about how to know whether or not number 7 and 9 may have been better than number 4 or 5.
I mean, there's no way to obviously to know for sure. We tried to take that stepwise process that I went over earlier of, we want the priority 1 locations to be the starting point, but there's obviously more than 5 priority locations in each district. So we did look for opportunities to group them together so that we have sort of a quarter-wide approach to some of these locations. But also, if there was already a fix in the works, if there was already something in the 6-year improvement program or in the regional capital improvement program, I think the idea was, let's not study that, let's get that project implemented and see if it moves the needle from a performance standpoint. And then also looking, where do we have potentially willing applicants? If you remember with Smart Scale, the state can't submit projects in Smart Scale. We have to have a locality or a regional entity that's willing to support the improvement, push it forward. So by looking at projects in round 4 that were submitted that were ultimately not successful, either they didn't have enough benefit or they were too costly, we felt like that was a good way to start to winnow down the various priorities in each region to the ones that would likely bear some fruit and would have the most chance of success moving forward. Because one of the goals of this effort is to really start to move the needle on acceptance of this performance-based approach to planning. We often see it in Smart Scale where we'll ask, well, did you look at options to improve operations of the existing system, or look for ways that you can move the needle on performance without doing a major capacity expansion? And oftentimes we'll hear, well, that's been in the comp plan for 30 years. And, you know, there's a lot of new approaches that we can take now to move the needle in performance without having to do, you know, really impactful capacity expansions. So hopefully we've got it right in each district, but this is going to be a continual program where my goal is to develop a process where we can address all the priority one needs in each district here over the next couple of years. I know that's a lofty goal.
And Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
this is Nick Donahue. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I would also just add to Chad's point and to your question. This is going to be an iterative process. We plan to do this year after year after year, and so, you know, you have a tranche that we're going to look at this year, and then next year we can go further down that list and get other projects. And so, to your point of whether 7 or 9 might have been better than 4 or 5, I think ultimately, as Chad kind of indicated, anything at the top end of that list is probably a good priority. Ultimately, which one is the best is going to be, I think, somewhat of a value judgment, but it's also not a process where if you don't make the cut now, you're not going to be examined. It's every year we're going to try and come back and look at new locations and do additional studies. So they'll all be things that are ultimately, or the projects at the top are generally things that will be looked at. It's just a question of whether it's in the first year, you know, or the second or third year when it's examined.
Thank you.
Mr. Kaspowitz?
Hey, Chad, a question on your timeline. So in phase 1, we develop a range of potential alternatives to improve performance. Is that a collaborative effort, or is your group doing that and presenting it?
It is a collaborative effort.
Okay.
So we've executed framework documents with each of the localities and the regional entities, the MPOs and PDCs. They are part of the pipeline effort. We are focusing, at least the initial work groups, of getting the traffic engineers and planners together, look at the data, and provide something for the locality to react to. Rather than, because oftentimes I've seen this happen, you have a meeting and some of the, say, political considerations may otherwise cause a good solution to be eliminated too early in the process. So the idea here is, let's look at the data and let's come to the table with the locality and say, we understand the problems to be this, looking at the data. Did we get it right? Is there anything that we missed? And here is a potential range of multimodal things that we can do along the corridor, whether it's TDM, transit, bike ped, operations, to move the needle, and then let those considerations start to come into play.
My follow-on question would be, we do the development of the multimodal investment strategy at the end of phase 2, it appears. Why would that not be incorporated in the initial alternative discussion so that it could help drive that from a multimodal perspective?
So the investment strategy would be the selection of the preferred alternatives along the corridor, the range of, or the mix of various things that we're going to do to try to move the needle. The idea is, let's say, take an intersection, for example. We may have, at the initial brainstorming stage, 7 different things that we could do, different alternatives that we could consider to move the needle from an intersection performance standpoint. It could be an improvement to the conventional intersection. It could be putting in a signal. It could be a roundabout. It could be an R-cut. You're not going to want to do detailed microsimulation of all of those. So you want to have a way that you start to filter the various alternatives down to the ones that seem to be the most promising. And once you get to the end of phase 2, you know that I'm going to put a sidewalk here, a shared use path here, a crosswalk. Now I want to do that sort of final polish on the investment strategy. I want a cost estimate. I want to make sure we're managing risk effectively. If utilities are a potential risk, rather than build a big contingency into the cost estimate, what if we actually went out and did subsurface utility survey as part of that phase 3 to get our arms around that? Maybe it's not an actual issue and we're able to reduce the cost estimate accordingly. So that's sort of the envision. I will say this, that round 5 of Smart Scale is really driving the timeline, but I don't envision it's the only avenue to get things funded. I think what comes out of these project pipelines, they could go for revenue sharing, they could go to TAP, they could be considered by the regional funding authorities and VTA. There's various avenues to get the actual projects implemented. But we obviously want to try to have as many identified for this upcoming round of Smart Scale as we can.
Any other questions for Mr. Tucker? Chad, thank you very much.
Commissioner, I will just add, thank you, Chad. I will just add that for John Lawson, that I also think this would be a really good presentation for JLARC, particularly as they're looking at VTrans as the umbrella of all needs, and then from that, the additional studies like our project pipeline to further identify them. So just mentioning that. Thank you.
Chad. Jennifer DeBruhl.
Good afternoon. Here today to give you our annual report on WMATA and their reporting requirements to the Commonwealth, both to DRPT and to the Commonwealth Transportation Board. We can go to the next slide, please. So just by way of refresher, WMATA does have a number of things that they have to certify compliance with. By July 1st of each year, board governance, operating assistance, their strategic plan, and their capital improvement plan, and I'll walk through those in a minute. I do want to start off by saying that WMATA did provide the required documentation and the certifications to DRPT in late June and on July 1st. We have worked with the Office of the Attorney General to review for compliance with the statutory requirements, and then DRPT has done the review for compliance with the Ctb policy. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start with board governance, and if you'll recall, the code does put some limitations on the participation of alternate members of the WMATA Board of Directors. The legislation also has a required withholding of 20% of the state WMATA allocation in the event of noncompliance. That's estimated at a little over $35 million in fiscal 22. Your guidelines add some additional emphasis and clarification, talking about the participation of alternates in executive sessions, serving as chairs of committees, and also their ability to make presentations and participate in discussions. We've reviewed the certification provided by WMATA, have found that they have met the requirements of the statute and the board policy, and no enforcement action is recommended by DRPT. Next slide. Moving on to operating assistance, the legislation does place a 3% annual cap on growth in the operating assistance, the operating budget for WMATA, and what is passed on through the to the jurisdictions. So the legislation does provide that the board would withhold 35% of the state WMATA allocation for noncompliance. That is estimated at $62 million in fiscal 22. The legislation does also provide some exclusions from the calculation, and then your board policy and guidelines does also provide some additional clarification on those exclusions having to do with, things that are legislated or resulting from legal disputes or related to capital projects or service increases that are approved by the board. We did update the guidelines earlier this year based on some work that was done by the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, added some additional clarifying language. We have reviewed WMATA's documentation, and we have found that they've met the requirements of the statute and board policy, and so we are not recommending any enforcement action this year. Slide. So moving on to WMATA's strategic plan, the legislation required that WMATA develop a strategic plan and that they update that strategic plan every 36 months with a public hearing in a Northern Virginia jurisdiction. The legislative language also requires that the board withhold 20% of the state WMATA allocation in the event of noncompliance. The first strategic plan was completed back in 2019 and did address the core requirements or the key recommendations from the LaHood study that was completed in 2017. The CTB guidelines go on and provide some additional clarification. They do require that WMATA update their plan every 36 months. So we can go on to the next slide, please. In terms of our recommendation, as I just mentioned, WMATA did adopt their initial strategic plan in March of 2019, which on that 36-month schedule would have them due for an update here in the near future in 2022. But we did have state budget language this year that allowed us to delay the strategic plan requirements for WMATA and all of the other urban transit agencies based on the impacts of COVID-19. So we have delayed that due date for the WMATA strategic plan update from March of 2022 to June 30th of 2023. So based on that, no enforcement action is recommended. However, this next strategic plan, which WMATA has already initiated early discussions with their board to develop that strategic plan, it's really going to have to focus on recovery from the ridership impacts of COVID and optimizing their service into the future. Next slide. So finally, the WMATA Capital Improvement Program. The legislative requirement is that WMATA have a 6-year capital improvement plan and hold a public hearing in Northern Virginia each year. And when they update it, does also provide that the board would withhold 20% of the state allocation in the event of noncompliance. We have some additional amplification in those CTB guidelines to further clarify those expectations. So we can move on to the next slide. So for our recommendations, we have found that WMATA has met the requirements for compliance with both the statute and the board policy, and no enforcement action is recommended. If you recall last year, we had some, I will say, some more strongly worded recommendations in our comments. And I'm pleased to say that for this particular budget cycle, WMATA has revised and implemented a new capital planning and programming process that has more project level detail in their capital improvement plan, more reporting on their capital plan, and they are working on a 10-year capital strategy, which obviously we're very interested in as well. They did hold their Virginia-focused public hearing, but due to COVID-19, they did that virtually. But the meeting itself was facilitated by Paul Smedberg, who is the board chair and the Commonwealth's appointee to WMATA's board. So capital improvement program, we're headed in the right direction there as well. Next slide. So in terms of process, we come to you each September with our recommendation. We'll be back next month to present our annual certification resolution to memorialize this process and the compliance recommendations. And each year, the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission is required to submit a report on the performance and condition of WMATA to the Governor, General Assembly, and to the Commonwealth Transportation Board. And so you'll receive that in December. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board for Jennifer? Jennifer Mitchell, any comments?
No, just that to reinforce what Jen has said, just this is our annual certification process, and if you do have any questions about it, let us know. And I think the recommendations there are pretty straightforward. So.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Jeremy Latimer. Two presentations.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the board, Madam Secretary. We have 2 rail industrial access applications this month. First one we'll start with is Recycling Management Resources located in Henrico. Next slide. You can see it there in the north side of Richmond. And if you go to the next slide, just show a little more detail. They're very close to the Staples Mill Amtrak station as a point of reference off of Route 33. You can see in yellow the existing spur that needs to be rehabilitated and put back into service. And this comes off the CSX main line. Next slide. RMR began operations in 2008. They have 8 plants in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, New Jersey, Georgia, Kentucky, and Delaware. In the Henrico plant, they handle 400,000 tons of paper products annually, recycling all grades of paper and some plastics. They currently rely on trucks only for this facility, though in 2018, when they purchased this property, they purchased it because of the rail access. Inbound, they receive paper from the domestic market, and outbound, They are shipping within the United States as well as through the Port of Norfolk to China and India. Next slide. They're a family-owned business. They're working to expand their Henrico facility. Again, the rail access being important for why they chose the location in 2018. They would seek to expand their operation with rail for outbound volumes going across the United States and targeting the South American market as well. We did talk to the Port of Virginia, who's also been talking with them, so that they would, they're trying to use the Port of Norfolk for those exports, or they would use the Port of Norfolk for those exports. Next slide. They would commit to 520 carloads. They would add 6 additional jobs. They currently have 19. They scored 54 points. Next slide. Their application is for $259,000. The total rail project is $370,000. Their applicant match would be $125,000. Rail shipments are anticipated to be 1/3 of the inbound and outbound shipments once up and running, served by CSX. And I'll just note that, the $370,000 is the totality of the investment in this facility. And just to kind of bring that in line, in 2019, when we changed the program, some of the feedback we'd received was that smaller companies aren't qualifying if they don't have a large capital investment. So although the score is in the 50s and lower is a smaller project, it doesn't mean it's less important. What it means is it's a smaller project and it still qualifies for the fund under the new guidance. And I will take any questions on this application.
Where's the board? Mr. Miller?
I have no question, thank you.
Thank you for having no questions.
Mr. Brown bought me some potato chips at lunch today. Actually, I do have a question. Will you go back like 3 slides? I don't understand something. I just wanted to understand it because I love the Port of Norfolk and the Port of Virginia. Can you go back, Jeremy?
Yes, I actually don't control the slides.
It talked about where it was shipping to and it didn't make sense to me. I think it's 4 slides back. Can you go back?
They're working on it.
Go back, right there. It says, outbound paper bales go to paper mills in the United States and are trucked in containers to Port of Norfolk to ship to international markets. I guess you're saying they do both, but the English isn't very good there. Are you saying they go to paper mills in the United States and they're also, and then different ones are trucked to Norfolk? Is that what that says? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Merrill?
Do you have an estimate of what kind of truck traffic is going to be eliminated by using the rail?
I will get that for you.
That's part of the scoring, correct?
It is. So a lot of this is going to be growth. So we would use the metric in Virginia. You estimate 3.4 trucks per rail car, but the rail would also be increasing business at the facility as well. So to Mr. Miller's point in the past, it's not just diversion of existing traffic, it's also growth.
So if there was no, I'm going to support this measure. I still continue to have the problem, if there's no diversion and there wasn't going to be any trucks on the road, then this ought to be an economic development program, not a transportation program, because we're not taking any trucks off the road and there never were going to be any. They're just going to have a new market and we're going to ship by rail, and that's a good thing for them, the state, the Port of Norfolk, and everyone else. But we don't get to decide those things. They happen in the legislature. So
I think if I may, but for the additional rail capacity, the expansion potentially could have happened and it would have put more vehicles on the road. So, right, Jeremy? Sit down.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. All right. Any other questions on this particular access? Mr. Commissioner? Mr. Smoot?
I assume this will have the same look-back provisions as similar appropriations we made in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. All standard program requirements. We would be collecting annual data, and there are clawback provisions if they don't meet the standards.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the recycling management? All All right, Jeremy, the North Branch for resources.
Yes, North Branch Resources. This one's in Hanover County. Next slide. So I just highlighted something here, the locations of interest. So it's very faint on the map here, but the East-West Railroad, there's the Buckingham Branch operated. So off to the east is the portion of the rail line that the Commonwealth will be purchasing, or we're currently purchasing. And then the CSX tracks running north and south. And so you see the location of the facility is actually along the CSX line, but this is included in the Buckingham Branch lease, so they do serve this facility. Just wanted to explain that visually. Next slide. There's an existing spur at the facility, and they will be expanding with a new spur. You can see the 3 CSX tracks there, the 2 main lines, and the kind of leads off to an industrial lead. Next slide. Here's a picture of the facility. So we'll have a new spur there off to the right of the current spur, and new silos, expansion of the existing warehouse as well. Next slide. So North Branch Resources provides soil stabilization through calciment mixture, which I've learned a lot about because of this. Well, not a lot, but we've learned about this during the application process. They have provided this to 3 recent VDOT projects and roadway lane expansions in Fredericksburg, an Amazon facility, and also Eastern Engineered Wood Products, which was a rail industrial access applicant earlier this year. They purchased this property in 2020, and they were receiving by truck the calciment from the Winchester area. That facility has closed, and the best way to secure their inputs and have it competitively priced is to have rail service for calciment. So shipping calciment to the Doswell location will give the local contractors an opportunity to continue to have that supply. Next slide. Project is total of $1.8 million. $355,000 of that will be for the expanded rail. They'll be growing their existing 120 carloads to 300 per year, so 180 new carloads. They currently have 3 employees, and they'll be adding 4 for a total of 7 employed at the site. Their location's on 21 acres, which allows for the expansion and the silos. And as I mentioned before, they are served by the Buckingham Branch Railroad, and that will offer them access to Norfolk Southern as well, where they interchange in Charlottesville. Next slide. So they'll be increasing the production of calciment mixture for the region, which has the benefit of reduced construction costs and prolonging the construction windows. And they have been coordinating with VEDP to support the new location and rail industrial access. This incentive program is the most important for their expansion. Next slide. So as I mentioned, additional 180 carloads to the 120 they do currently, and 4 additional jobs. They scored 56 points. Next slide. There are applications for $230,000, and that is the 70% of the $355,000. So they require meeting their 30% match requirement. And rail shipments will be 100% of the incoming calciment ingredient in their mixtures. And local trucks will deliver the finished products to job sites around Virginia in the region. And of course, standard program requirements apply to this as well. Any questions?
Any questions for Jeremy on this one?
Mr. Brich, you said Charlottesville, it connects to Charlottesville?
The Buckingham branch will interchange with Norfolk Southern in Charlottesville, yes.
Further questions? Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Studley.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Today I'm presenting a summary of a request for recreational access road funding for Biscuit Run Park in Albemarle County. As I noted, the park is in Albemarle County. Could I get the next slide, please? There you go. And located along routes 20 and 631, just south of Interstate 64. Biscuit Run is a 1,200-acre park purchased by the Commonwealth in 2009. The Commonwealth subsequently entered into an agreement with Albemarle County to operate and maintain the park. At its full operation, the park is expected to generate over $900,000 in local economic benefits and provide 32 jobs. Slide, please. Full background on the recreational access Road Program. The program provides funding to new or improved access to state and local government operated public parks and historic sites. Prior to allocation, we do require resolution support from the local government and a letter of support from the Department of Conservation and Recreation in the case of public parks, Department of Historic Resources in the case of facilities. DCR provided their letter of support for this project on August 10th. The maximum funding is dependent on whether the facility is state operated or locally operated, and awards can be made for both roadways and bikeways or any combination of both. While Biscuit Run is owned by the Commonwealth, the park is operated by Albemarle County. Therefore, this project is classified as a local facility and is eligible for the lower threshold of recreational access funding. Next slide, please. Here we have a little background on the allocation request itself. The plan is for the county to both design and construct a 1/4 mile long of 30 feet wide access road off Route 20. The construction estimate is over $2 million, and the total requested allocation is the maximum of $350,000, with $100,000 of that being a dollar-for-dollar match. Next slide, please. This is just a little zoom in, probably not zoomed in enough. Off the access road will be off Route 20 and connect to a proposed 75 space parking lot. This will be the primary access point to the park. Next slide, please. So our next steps, we will bring a resolution for an allocation to the board next month, and we will enter in a standard state aid agreement with the county, which will allow them to administer the project, and we will get it done. Any questions?
Questions?
Just a comment, I would just like to say that I think this is a great project, and obviously this is the first step in really unleashing the potential that the park is going to have to serve the community.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
The owned by, leased by, or owned by, operated by thing. Can you go back to the slide that shows the state versus the locality?
Go back maybe 3 slides. Another. We'll go back. These are noted in code. They're established in codes. They're not board policy.
But it becomes a, so it's owned by the state, so it's state eligible. Is that the deal?
The code is very specific to the operation of the facility. It's not who owns the facility, but who operates the facility.
So local facility, the local group who's operating it, not entitled to get as much as the state if they were operating.
Yes, sir. You're absolutely correct. That is a code. That is code language.
It's code. But this is being operated by the locality.
Right.
It's great. Good project. Thank you. Do we have is there a limit to this fund every year? Do we have how does this fund work? Remember, is there a pot of money that's there that's allocated every year? Or does it continue? What is this?
Mr. Miller, there is an allocation of an appropriation of $1.5 million a year by the General Assembly. It's in the budget language. Once it reaches, I can't remember, it's 3 or 5. We don't need to replenish that after that number.
Would like a capital trail be eligible for something like this? When you have sort of a third party, you get these third parties that operate these things sometimes, and like Elizabeth River Trail. I mean, it's functionally a government trail,
Mr. Miller,
but it might be a foundation that's operating it. And so, to me, it's a little bit of form over substance in that regard. How does this program work as it relates to that sort of scenario?
Mr. Miller, this would be if it is a local government or a local authority. So it would have to have authority status by code to be eligible for this funding. So a foundation would not be eligible to receive this funding. They could work through, if it was operated by a locality or an authority, a park authority, local park
What
authority.
if it was jointly operated?
I would have to consult with our attorneys and see how that works.
I think you're asking for some hypotheticals. If we had something, we would certainly go back to
Elizabeth
the,
River Trail.
okay?
I'll talk to you off.
Well, let's follow up offline. I do think though, Russ, if you can bring back the funding mechanism, since we're a little fuzzy on that right now, and I see.
And it's sort of like the Elizabeth River Trail, right? It goes over state, it goes over local roads, it goes over non-roads, it goes here, it goes there, and there's a group that sort of operates it, that's a not-for-profit that's empowered, I think, by the locality to do so. And for me, it's sort of all the same, right? I mean, it's basically a community asset when we're constructing a trail over a VDOT road, or the impact to us is all the same. So I'm just wondering what the guidelines, and I won't drag everybody else through it. You can deal with it later.
Address any of those specific questions.
Madam Secretary,
Mr. Lawson.
I was just going to mention here that the purpose of this program is to provide access to a recreational or historic site. It is not to provide trail. It's kind of well, while a trail is a recreational facility, this is not the purpose of this particular.
Sort of ingress and egress.
Correct.
Tap with the trails.
It's pretty historic.
Any other questions for Mr. Dudley?
Commissioner, this is Shannon. I would just like to say that, Mr. Miller's question is really a good one. Right now, the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment, OIPI, under the leadership of Nick and Ronique Day, are actually conducting a trail study. They're looking at, how we fund trails, a master trail plan. They're putting this together for the General Assembly. So, Mr. Miller, I'll make sure that, I don't know if Ronique is in there today in person, but I'll make sure that they are aware of your question as well.
Thank you.
All right, Russ, appreciate it. Thank you much. Ben Manel, quick update on the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program.
Afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I'm going to be presenting to you an update on the I-95 and I-64 corridor improvement plans, as well as an update on the refinement of funding that was to the recommendations that were presented to this board in July. Next slide, please. So as you will recall, the program was established as part of the omnibus legislation in 2020, and it set forth the parameters and framework for how the 20% of funds for interstate construction are to be used. The board also adopted a policy on the use of the IOEP funds in June of 2021. Next slide. One of the key requirements of the code was to focus on operations and transportation demand management strategies, and the program also reflects the board adopted policy to require a stepwise approach to identifying solutions on the interstate corridors. Looking first at operations, next at transportation demand management and transit, and finally at highway capital improvement projects. Next slide. So from an operations perspective, the vast majority of recommendations have already been identified and adopted. The 95 and I-64 corridors operations improvements have been amended into the 6-year improvement program over the past 2 years as part of the corridor improvement plan process. We do have a set of additional operations recommendations that we have included in the funding package to address operations needs on the other interstates in Virginia. The important takeaway here is that these funds come off the top. Policy also outlined a process to identify recommended projects and how those projects would be prioritized. And that is where the corridor improvement plans come in. Next slide. Over the last 2 years, the board has received a number of presentations on both the 95 and 64 corridor improvement plans. Both of those plans identified performance issues that were validated by the public. They had targeted transportation demand management, and highway capital improvements that were tied to underlying performance issues. And again, those were presented to the public. And finally, we had a smart scale-like evaluation of the transportation demand management and capital improvements that has been completed. Next slide. So with that backdrop, let's move to the available universe of funding. Roughly $565 million is available, and that includes the dedicated funding for both the I-95 and I-64 corridors. Remember that 33.2-372 requires that any interstate with greater than 10% of its annual vehicle miles traveled comprised of trucks receives a proportionate amount of funding, and that includes discretionary pot of interstate funds that can be used on any interstate within the Commonwealth. As I mentioned previously, the board has already adopted operations improvements for both the 95 and 64 corridors. The study team is recommending additional investment for other interstate corridors, as well as funding the operations and maintenance costs for ongoing services such as safety service patrol and towing programs through 2027. Total investment across all the interstates for operations is shown in orange on this slide in the middle, roughly $127 million. And that again is taken off the top. That leaves approximately $438 million for transit, transportation demand management, and highway capital investments. Next slide. Again, this is a reminder that the implementation cost for both the 95 and 64 corridors has already been approved and amended into the 6-year improvement program through board action. What you see in this table are those allocations along with an annual breakdown for the operations and maintenance costs for those ongoing services for safety service patrol and the towing programs. Also highlights the recommended investment in operational improvements for the other interstates and their associated O&M costs through 2027. Next slide. This table provides a breakdown of the funding available by interstate corridor and the discretionary funding by year after the operation investments have been taken off the top. Next slide. Per the IOEP policy that was adopted in June, that approximately $438 million in funding went through a prioritization process that uses smart scale-like measures, which you can see here, that include congestion, safety, and accessibility. Next slide. With regard to the allocation of that $438 million in remaining funds, following the IOEP policy, operations funds, of course, come first, then the 95 and 64 dedicated corridor funds, and then finally, the discretionary funds are applied to that prioritized list. Next slide. This recommends the funding allocation by both fund type and by recommendation type for those projects initially presented in July and further refined and distributed to you all by Commissioner Brich in August. Next slide. I just wanted to provide a quick overview of the recommendations that were included in that funding scenario that was presented to you all in July. On 95, there was expanded bus service between the Fredericksburg region and DC, park and ride expansions and enhancements in Northern Virginia, and new park and ride lots in both Fredericksburg and Richmond districts. Next slide. On I-64, there was new express bus service between Short Pump and downtown Richmond, as well as increased bus service in the east end of the Richmond region. Hampton Roads, there was additional bus service on the peninsula to major employers and destinations such as Newport News Shipbuilding and Tidewater Community College, as well as additional MAX service across the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. Finally, there were expansions of park and ride lots in both the Richmond and Hampton Roads regions. Next slide. 95, on the highway capital side, there were enhancements to the 95-123 interchange at the Occoquan, which you will recall was a top bottleneck location on the 95 corridor. Here we're removing a loop ramp that will improve safety and traffic flow at that location. Next slide. On I-64, there were enhancements to the 64-464 interchange, again to improve traffic flow. This location is anticipated to be one of the remaining bottlenecks once the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network comes online in the future. Next slide. So the cost refinements that occurred since you saw the listing in July. Planning level costs were used for the initial project prioritization. For projects that were expected to be eligible for funding, those costs were inflated to year of expenditure and have undergone a scope refinement based on a process similar to SmartScale. VDOT is also looking at possible alternative project delivery options on some of those projects. As you recall, in July, when Mr. Donahue presented the funding scenario, not all the funding was allocated. Approximately $46 million was held in reserve to account for the needed project refinements that we're going to incur to get to year inflation as well as scope refinements. We'll also recall that the funding scenario included dedicated projects, which the study team felt confident we would be able to advance, as well as about 10 projects that were labeled as tentative. Should there be available funding remaining after the refinement process, we would look to advance those projects with any remainder in order of priority. So following our refinement efforts, that $46 million now stands at roughly $12 million. That could possibly allow us to advance a couple of the tentative projects should the board desire to go in that direction. Next slide. So Ms. Pryor will be back tomorrow to present a combined resolution approving both the I-95 and I-64 corridor improvement plans, as well as an amendment to the 6-year improvement program to add the program of IOEP projects. And once that occurs, VDOT and DRPT will work with the MPOs that may have impacted projects along these corridors to have them added to their MPO transportation improvement programs, as well as the statewide transportation improvement program, so that we can receive federal authorization on those projects. And with that, we'll be able to advance to preliminary engineering on just about the entire slate of projects hopefully this fall. That concludes my presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to try and answer.
Thank you, Ben. I do think Deputy Secretary Donahue is on the phone, and I believe he might have some comments as well before we get into any questions that the board might have. Nick?
Commissioner, I'm actually good at the moment, but I'm happy to help with any questions.
Okay, well, fair enough. Any questions of the board?
Mr. Commissioner?
Ms. Hines?
So Ben, I just want to understand, we have a choice about how many projects we're going to vote or we're going to include tomorrow. Is that correct?
As it stands now, the resolution that has been prepared incorporates all of those projects that we indicated were dedicated, that the study team felt we could definitely move forward even after the refinement with year of expenditure to get to the inflation and scope refinements. It's the tentative projects, and right now we have 12 million. That gets you through about the first 2 projects on that tentative list, if you all desire.
And that would leave us $1 million and change to fix any problem that happened.
Correct.
Is that correct? So it's really not your recommendation that we do that?
No, that's not included in the resolution.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure we were all sort of clear. That's not a very big pot against the total amount at all to hold in reserve.
Ms. Hines, what I'd say is that the resolution right now has been crafted to take all the recommended projects that were prioritized, and we did draw that line at tentative. It does reserve something. The way that the resolution has been crafted is that it would go into a balance entry account at this point in time.
Okay, I thank you. That's very helpful.
Any other questions? Mr. Minot? You, Ben?
Commissioner, I'm
Nope.
sorry.
Madam Secretary?
Well, I'm, it's very strange. When Nick and I are in a room and sometimes he goes, oh, if I'm not sure if I should raise this, but, so I know we're not in the room together, but, Nick, is there an idea that we might want to share regarding the funds that are surplus at the moment?
Yes, so Madam Secretary, I did receive calls from Mr. Brown and some other folks regarding that funding, and I think he also kind of indicated desire to not, as Ms. Hines is indicating, put all of the money to use now at the moment. I think, one idea is there is the $93.1 million from the 2021 Transportation Initiative that is available first for the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network, and then second for any remaining amounts, which could range from 93.1 or to zero, would then go to help with the I-64 gap. And the idea that I think Mr. Brown and I had discussed was whether or not these funds should kind of sit to the side until we understand what, if any, funds from the 2021 Transportation Initiative might be available to help with the gap, and whether or not these funds could help augment that if there is a kind of a healthy amount going there to allow for kind of the board to consider potential options to address that kind of 29-mile section of 64.
I don't know if Mr. Brown is in the room and whether or not he may want to speak to that possibility. But again, it would be a way of starting to identify funds to address the gap that he raised at our previous meeting.
So I'll just add that, as many of you know, we've been trying to deal with the persistent issue of the 64 gap, roughly between exit 210 and Hampton Roads, which I guess is exit 234. And we, it's a significant investment, and per smart scale and the way that projects are scored, it's very challenging to do all that within smart scale. So the thought is that there could be maybe a collaboration between the CVTA, the state with the interstate dollars, and HR TAC in some manner to develop a plan to pursue that. And these dollars, every little bit counts. And so if these dollars are not otherwise programmed, there could be an opportunity that they could be a part of that solution. And so I'm very hopeful that in the coming months, the commissioner and staff will bring forth something that we can consider.
Mr. Commissioner?
Mr. Miller?
Ditto.
Very good.
I would concur with that as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So if the board will, then what we could do is have the updated resolution brought to you tomorrow that does keep everything where it is, but say that the funds then, the unallocated funds would be earmarked for the I-64 gap consideration, but be brought back to the board for consideration once a plan is brought forward to advance the 64 project. Earmarking it.
I have a little bit of difficulty with that, actually, but I may be the only person, but I do have some difficulty with earmarking it today, having this idea just resurrected, I guess.
I join you in that, Mary.
I join you with that as well.
And we'll keep the resolution, and then we'll go into a balance entry account for the
I think
residual.
that's the way to go, and then we can have a conversation.
Yeah, yeah, and I have no objection to that. I think, in fairness, I think there's an opportunity for broader discussion about how we address 64. These dollars would be tied to 64, so it's going to go where the biggest need is, and I think it's not hard to figure out where that is. So no problem with that.
It's also an opportunity to work collaboratively with two other funding organizations, hopefully to get that resolved. But yeah, I mean, it ought to be looked at in context with everything else. I agree with that. But,
yeah, I think it's important for me to say, to be clear, the CVTA has not addressed this issue either. There has to be a lot of thought work done around this thing of this issue of 64. It's been a long coming problem for a while, for a reason, because it is tough and nobody completely owns it. And the idea is that we can start a conversation, we can bring the parties together, and maybe we can develop a solution. If you go through all the sofa cushions, there might be enough there to get something started. So,
Mr. Tunk?
Yes, I would like to add to that. I think as part of that discussion, addressing the climbing lane on Afton Mountain, that's a huge cost. I think it was one of the largest, most expensive projects in the list. And how will we ever get to that point where we've got those dollars to be able to allocate to improve that stretch of road that is just so dangerous?
So Commissioner, I will just say that I think that the balance entry is a good decision. I know that, there are priorities that are going to require some creative thinking about how to address. And I think Mr. Brown's comments about collaboration and trying to work through that is really, really important. I did have a chance to join the Whitman meeting, New Kent County Board of Supervisors about what this is a priority, region, Virginia, federal level as well. So I think there's a lot of good discussion, and I appreciate the balance entry and continued thinking about this.
I think there's more comments that we'll certainly take this back, and tomorrow's resolution will stay as it is, the way it's been crafted. So I appreciate the input. Thank you. With that being said, Madam Secretary, do you have anything else before I look to conclude today's meeting? I know that we have two presentations that will be carried over. Secretary Donahue's and Jitender's presentations will be carried over to tomorrow when Nick gets back. And then we're going to carry over my comments, the director's comments, and the secretary's comments with great anticipation that the secretary will be here tomorrow.
I know, I'm really hoping that I will be. But anyway, riveting. And I thank everybody, and we'll close out with the 2 workshop items tomorrow, and then just continue on to the action meeting. Again, Mr. Stant, welcome to the CTB, and I hope you all have a wonderful dinner tonight.
Before we adjourn, I'm going to ask Carol to give us specifics with tonight's function and when we start tomorrow.
Tonight's dinner is going to be at Marcelita, the shuttle. Board members up to the hotel at about 6 o'clock there to over to the restaurant. Tomorrow we will kick off the remainder of the workshop items at 9 o'clock. After the workshop, we'll immediately go into the action agenda.
So with that being said, I'm going to look to Julie. Do we suspend, adjourn? With that being said, the meeting's recessed.
Whitesburg, Tennessee. Well, we
great. All good news. I will just say to you, to those of you streaming and those of you in this room, was very strange for me to be on Zoom watching the meeting in person. Now, we've all been on WebEx together, but I've not been in the room. So anyway, it was very interesting. I was like, wow, what a lively group this is. And Commissioner did a great job. I was just kidding when I said, oh, you need me, but I was just, there was somebody over here, I heard him say, wait a minute, you let him speak. I'm like, but when you're here, you're just in flow. And anyway, really, really enjoyed it. And just missed everybody. That's what I would say. Mr. Williams, saw you when you came in. I was going to say, arrived just in time for the break. Mr. Conk welcomed him so graciously. So, so it was all really good. So this morning, because of some schedules, we are going to start with the action meeting and then return to the workshop. And it is my understanding that I can convene the action meeting immediately, and we're already suspended. The commissioner did such a good job ending that yesterday. We are suspended and we will return. Okay, so with that, I'm going to convene the action meeting, and I understand we have 2 people signed up to join us this morning. And of course, if there are others, we always welcome your comments. We ask that you generally keep your comments to 3 minutes. And the first one is Mr. Trip Pollard. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Today?
I know, I am too. I would
Missed
have
you
missed this
yesterday.
in person.
Members of Ctb, good morning, everybody. My name is Trip Pollard with the Southern Environmental Law Center. And I just wanted to briefly comment on the presentation and the discussion that y'all had yesterday on sustainability. As was mentioned in the presentation and in a lot of the discussion y'all had, there's clearly moral, economic, environmental, equity reasons that we need to be getting our act together even more than we have and moving to action on addressing the climate crisis in particular and sustainability more generally. I think it's very promising. We heard more about this morning in the environmental subcommittee. You know, the steps that have been taken in transportation have already begun to put us on the path of some of the things we need to do. For example, the state rail plan and increased investment in transit. There increased emphasis on operational improvements in the interstate program. So there's a lot of these significant pieces that we've begun to put in place. But there's no question that we've got a lot further to go. And that's why I'm very supportive and glad to hear about the Office of Sustainability. Clearly, there are a lot of questions still to be answered about how's that going to be set up, what's the focus, what are the priorities. Implementation obviously is going to be the key. But I do think it's really critical that that you all have made that commitment, and we strongly support it and want to do everything we can to help it be a successful effort. I think some of the comments and questions the board members had yesterday pointed out some of the things I think are needed to flesh that idea out some more. Clearly, we can't do everything at once, but clearly the time for action was kind of yesterday. So we've got to balance those two and not study things and spend a whole lot of time on kind of the abstract discussions about structure and kind of get to it. Among some of the things mentioned yesterday were the need for some interim goals. We're focusing on some specific measures and getting to what are the measures that offer the biggest bang for the buck. Things I spent most of my time the past year working on was clean cars standard, which played out in a different form than here, but is actually going to have probably the single biggest impact on transportation emissions of any policy the state could have adopted. But I think there's a whole lot of other things that come within your purview, especially funding decisions. Where are we putting our taxpayer dollars? Mr. Miller, you had a number of good questions, I think, yesterday about the wisdom of spending taxpayer dollars in certain places if we know they're going to possibly be underwater in the future. I think we need to ask ourselves the same question about the wisdom of some of the business as usual approaches we've done in the past of highway expansions, and is that just digging our hole deeper, and it's going to make problems even worse for places like Hampton Roads. So I think with it, also was pointed out yesterday was the need for metrics to kind of get this scenario planning in place and keep a good eye on how we're doing. I think quite simply, one of the biggest and most important metrics for this board and for the overall effort is how are we doing on greenhouse gas emissions reduction? We don't need to get too fancy and too caught up in the day, are we moving that needle or not? And one of the biggest things, in addition to the project funding, just overall thinking for this body is funding those cleaner alternatives, be it electric vehicles for the driving we still do, or the modes that pollute far less. But then it's also just keeping the eye on the ball of the overall reduction in VMT, vehicles traveled. I think that's just got to be more front and center than it has been in our planning, and is one of the key things going forward. And finally, I'd just like to add something, Madam Secretary, you mentioned at the end of yesterday that I think needs to be woven in much more so far than at least we've seen in the presentation, and that's the equity component. So thank you very much for your commitment, and look forward to working with you all on this as we move this initiative forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard. Oh, and Bill Abraham. Good morning to you.
see you all in person, no less. I'm losing my hearing aid here, but I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. My name is Phil Abraham. I'm with the Vector Corporation here in Richmond. I wanted to touch briefly on three things. The first is more of an administrative request. And Madam Secretary, you may have gotten a taste for this yesterday watching on the Zoom, but for those of us who watch virtually a lot, this board is probably the most transparent I know in state government. I mean, you all, this board is probably the most transparent that I know of in state government I've worked with. The only time that falls a little short is some members sometimes don't always talk into the microphone when they're asking questions or making comments. So from my own selfish perspective, I just encourage you always to do that. And maybe, Madam Secretary, you might remind people from time to time if they're not, because that's really helpful for all those of us who are listening, because the questions and the comments are often the best part of the discussion. So sometimes
that's why I don't always remind people, but yes.
Right. So then on a more substantive note, I wanted to make two suggestions. I thought I was going to follow Nick's presentation on revenues and opportunities this morning, so maybe I'll add a couple to his list. But as you all know, the Governor and Secretary of Finance announced there's going to be a fairly significant surplus available from fiscal year 2021. By my math, it's about totals almost close to 500 million, 488 million if you take first the portion of surplus that goes to the CTF, and then there's an additional $117 million that comes at the back end that has to be appropriated, Nick informed me today. But so there's a good slug of money. I'm sure a lot of it is spoken for. I have two brief suggestions on behalf of two different clients. On behalf of my Virginia Association for Commercial Real Estate, which has a chapter in the Richmond area called the Greater Richmond Association for Commercial Real Estate, and H.R. Acre, which is the Hampton Roads Association for Commercial Real Estate. Their top legislative priorities is to see the missing link between Bottoms Bridge and Lightfoot accomplished. And I know you all discussed that briefly yesterday, but we'd certainly like to see a slug of this money used to help leverage this project and get it into a 6-year plan. So that's one opportunity I'd like to recommend. And Monday I drove up to Northern Virginia on 95, and it's incredible, I mean, how wide that road is in some places. And when you think that the road that's connecting the largest naval base in the country and one of the best ports in the country is 2 lanes for 20 miles, we really need to get that done. So that would be one recommendation. Second, on behalf of my Old Dominion Highway Contractors client, we'd also like to recommend a small slug of money be put into maybe some catch-up paving, where particularly secondary roads that the districts might identify as particularly deteriorating. I know the commissioner has often stated that the percentages you've established are a function of money available. I think it's a great idea. If you've got extra money, let's put it into the subdivision streets, the secondary roads that all Virginians drive on every day to and from work and to and from school. So that would be my second recommendation. And appreciate your time this morning.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Stan, I will tell you that Mr. Pollard and Mr. Abraham are friends of the board. We've been working with them for a long time. And Mr. Pollard, I will say that, as we develop this, I know you have been doing this a really long time, and we definitely want to work with you as we have this unfold. So thank you for that. Mr. Abraham, you're definitely going to want to see Mr. Donahue's presentation. It's a little bit different, but in transportation. But anyway, thank you for being here. Is there anybody else here today who would like to address the board? Okay. With that, do I have a motion on the minutes? Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Call roll.
I still do. Ah. All right, roll call. Okay. Please indicate your vote during the roll call.
Mr. Stant. Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Mr. Rucker.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
Mr. Stinson.
Aye.
Mr. Brown. Mr. Kasperlitz. Ms. Tunk.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
Ms. Hines. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Dodson. Dr. Smoot.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Stinson. Mr. Smoot, I've already said good morning to you, but we're happy to have you with us. Okay, Mr. Hofrichter. Oh, yes, Mr. Hofrichter.
Morning, Secretary Valentine, members of the board. I bring you 6 highway system changes for your consideration. First one is in Rockingham County.
Mr. Hofrichter, could I interrupt and just say that unless there's an objection from the board, I'm going to plan to take these as a block vote.
Let's see a moment.
Sorry?
These going to be projected on the screen?
Will we see them?
Just not. There you go.
Oh, yes, they'll need to roll through the agenda. Ask and ye shall receive.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, the first one is discontinuance of 3 sections of Route 276 in Rockingham County. 276 was realigned, and these 3 portions are the old road. They're not really needed for the public network, but they do provide access to some parcels. Don't get any traffic to warrant government maintenance, but need to keep them so that people can get back there. The county is in support and stand ready to answer any questions you might have about that. Next one is in Washington County. It is Old Route 80. This road was discontinued back in 1979. The adjacent property owner would like to do something with the property, so it's not used. We recommend abandonment. And again, the county is in support. Next page, please. Next one is Amherst County, Route 126. Nelson County, sorry, Route 679. That's the end portion of a dead-end road. It's not used. The residency would like to discontinue it so that we don't have to spend money on maintaining it when it's using it. County is in support. There was an advertisement, and there were no comments received and no request to hold a public hearing. Next one is Amherst County, Route 1216. Again, same situation as Nelson County. It's the end of a dead-end road. No one uses it. The residency would like to avoid having to spend money keeping it up. We want to discontinue it just in case someone needs to get back there, but other than that, go with. Again, just like in the Nelson County case, it was advertised, no comments were received, no requests for public hearing, and the county is in support. The next one is Frontage Road 272. This is a primary abandonment, because frontage roads are considered primaries. In all honesty, this road does not exist anymore. During the construction project, it was obliterated, but we found that in our records, it was still shown as existing, so we would like the board to approve an abandonment of it. And then the final one is Route 100 in Pulaski County. We have Route 100 was realigned, and there are 3 segments that we'd like to have discontinued. They provide access to stormwater management facilities, but other than that, no other purpose, so don't need to be maintained. And county is in support of that move as well.
One question.
We'll get a motion.
Oh, I thought it was done. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. A motion?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Any further?
Can you, Mr. Hofrichter, can you define, I understand an abandonment that the underlying owner of the land is now the right-of-way through that, correct?
Sort of.
I'm trying to understand abandonment versus discontinuance.
Right. So a discontinuance means that there's a right-of-way, but we no longer want to spend money on it. It just gets so little use that it just doesn't make sense for the government to be spending money there.
So you could come back and do it later if you wanted to, but.
Well, not exactly. So with a discontinuance, it means we're taking it out of the system. It's still a public right-of-way. People can still travel there. We're just not going to be spending any money on it. An abandonment has 2 different effects, depending on what kind of right-of-way we have. So if it is fee simple right-of-way, where we have ownership of that right-of-way, if we abandon the roadway, it's still property. It's still owned by the Commonwealth and VDOT, but it's not there available for people to travel on. It's just property, like any other lot or anything else. If it is prescriptive right-of-way and we abandon it, then it reverts back to the adjacent property owners.
Gotcha, thank you.
Any other discussion? All those, please indicate your vote in the roll call.
Dr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Dodson, Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Ms. Hines, Mr. Yates, Mr. Williams, Mr. Tunk,
Aye.
Mr. Kasperlitz, Mr. Brown, Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Miller, Mr. Rucker, Mr. Merrill, Mr. Stant.
Aye.
The roll is complete. The motions have passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Prezioso. Morning.
Morning,
And
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Prezioso, I'm going to take these individually.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have 4 namings for you to consider this morning. First one is Route 1 in Stafford County. Route 1 in Stafford County is currently named Jeff Davis Highway. The county has requested that we rename the roadway to be Richmond Highway. This aligns the naming of this road with the other jurisdictions to the north. Everything from Washington, D.C. down to Stafford County is currently named Richmond Highway, so this would align that as well. So this will take that name from the D.C. limits all the way down to Enon Road, right at the city of Fredericksburg. At this point, VDOT recommends approval for this action.
I move that in keeping with the wishes of the Stafford County Board, we approve this proposal.
Second. Any further discussion? Please indicate your vote in the roll call.
Mr. Stant.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill, Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Miller, Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Kasperlitz, Mr. Tunk, Mr. Williams, Mr. Yates, Ms. Hines, Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Dodson,
Aye.
Dr. Smoot.
Aye.
The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
The second naming we have for you this morning is also for Route 1. This is Route 1 in Chesterfield County, here south of Richmond. The county has requested to rename this road from Jefferson Davis Highway to be named Route 1.
Creative.
Correct. And VDOT recommends approval of this as well.
Mr. Brown.
I proudly make this motion on behalf of the citizens of Chesterfield and the Richmond District.
Any further discussion? Please indicate your vote in the roll call.
Dr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Dodson,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Ms. Hines, Mr. Yates, Mr. Williams, Mr. Tunk, Mr. Kasperlitz,
Aye.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Rucker, Mr. Merrill, Mr. Stant. Roll is complete. The motion's passed.
Next naming we have is it's a unique naming. It goes across 5 jurisdictions and across 2 districts. This is for the naming of Route 61 in Southwest Virginia to be named as the Twin Depot Parkway. This naming will start at Route 16 in the town of Tazewell. It'll go through Tazewell County, through the town of Narrows, through the town of Giles County, all the way into Bland County. So it goes through all 5 of those jurisdictions, and all 5 jurisdictions have expressed support to rename this as Twin Depot Highway. State Route 61 runs through multiple train stations. It also goes across, it passes multiple railroad trestles. It parallels the river down through there, and it has some great views as you go down through the valley. All 5 of these jurisdictions have expressed their desire to name this as the Twin Depot roadway, and VDOT recommends its approval.
Mr. Stinson.
Madam Chair, I move approval.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Smoot. Any further discussion?
Madam Secretary, I got a question. So it doesn't have a name now. It's just a road, Route 61. Does it have a name it now at all?
The local jurisdictions in their E911 systems have individual names, but it does not have a commemorative name from the General Assembly or from the CTB.
So I would substitute for the numbers used now on the GPS or?
Yes, sir. That'll still be there. Yes, sir.
A follow-up question, I'm not sure. Does it have a local name?
I don't have that in my reference here, but it
So
does.
I just want to make sure that that's for them to figure out. But obviously, you got to have one name, right? And the GPS stuff and all that stuff, and that's, that gets really hard. So hopefully they'll figure it out. I don't think you want two names, one system and one of them.
That's correct. That's the reason.
That's why we're doing it.
That's the reason we generally get these requests through the
All right,
county,
thank
through
you.
the jurisdiction to the CTB. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please indicate your vote in the roll call.
Mr. Stant.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Mr. Rucker.
Aye.
Mr. Miller. Mr. Stinson.
Aye.
Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Mr. Kaspelitz. Ms. DeTonk. Aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Yates. Ms. Hines. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Dodson. Dr. Smoot.
Aye.
The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
So the last naming we have today is to name a bridge. This is to name the Bobby R. Johnson Memorial Bridge. This would be Route 652 going over the McClure River in Dickinson County. Mr. Johnson was born in Southwest Virginia, and he volunteered for the Army in 1967. He bravely and honorably served in during the Vietnam War, beginning in 1968, but was killed sadly on May 4th, 1969. During his time in the Army, he earned the rank of Specialist E4. He received the National Defense Service Medal, the Vietnam Campaign Medal, the Vietnam Service Medal, Army Presidential Unit Citation, Vietnam Gallantry Cross, and the Army Conduct Medal. This time, VDOT recommends this naming be approved.
Mr. Stinson.
Madam Chair, it's my pleasure to make the motion on behalf of Specialist Johnson's family and in his memory.
Second.
Members of the board, prior to the roll call, I ask that you please stand to express your support. With that, please indicate your vote in the roll call.
Dr. Smoot.
Aye.
Mr. Dodson. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Ms. Hines. Mr. Yates. Mr. Williams. Ms. DeTonk. Aye. Mr. Kasprowitz. Mr. Brown. Mr. Stinson.
Aye.
Mr. Miller. Mr. Rucker.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill. Mr. Stant. The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you. Thank you, Robbie. Susan Keene. Morning. I'm going to plan to take these in a block vote.
Great. All right, I have 4 action items for your consideration this morning. They're all changes in limited access related to projects. The first project is located in the city of Richmond on I-95 southbound, I-64 eastbound at Route 1 Belvedere Street. This project will reconfigure the interchange to improve the merging related safety issues that are currently exist at that interchange. VDOT held a design public hearing in April of 2019 to garner input from the public on the proposed project and the changes in limited access. This project and the access changes are supported by the City of Richmond and were approved by FHWA. The total estimated cost for this project is $7.9 million, and I recommend your approval. The next 2 projects are capital improvement projects as part of the 81 Corridor Improvement Plan and are both located in Bristol District. The first project is located in Washington County and will add a truck climbing lane at mile marker 33 in the southbound direction. VDOT held a virtual design public hearing in April of 2021 to address any concerns from the public. Project and the changes in limited access are supported by Washington County and have been approved by Federal Highway. The estimated project cost is around $17 million, and I recommend your approval. The second 81 Corridor Plan project is located in Wythe County in the town of Wytheville. This project provides for the extension of the I-77 northbound deceleration lane and reconfiguration of the interchange at exit 41. That interchange is actually located on I-77, but it will improve operational efficiency of the I-81, I-77 system-to-system interchange. VDOT held a design public hearing in July of this year to address any concerns from the public. The project and the changes in limited access are supported by the Wytheville Town Council and was approved by FHWA last month. The estimated project cost is $22 million, and I recommend your approval. The final action item is for the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. This modification is the result of the construction of a substation on Willoughby Spit and the cleanup of some existing limited access that actually crosses ramps on West Ocean View Avenue and Granby Street. The design builder, Hampton Roads Connector Partners, posted a willingness for public comment. That willingness expired in May of 2021 with no input from the public. The project and limited access changes are supported by the City of Hampton and the City of Norfolk and were approved by FHWA last month. The total project cost is $3.8 billion, and I recommend your approval. That was my last item.
Yes. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Please indicate your vote in the roll.
Mr. Stamp.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill. Mr. Rucker. Mr. Miller. Mr. Stinson.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Kasprowitz.
Aye.
Mr. Tunk.
Aye.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Yates.
Aye.
Ms. Hines. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Dodson. Dr. Smoot.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Remember the old days when we could just say aye for the votes? Oh, goodness. Okay, Ms. Pryor, again, I'm going to take this as a block vote. And good morning.
Good morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I have 3 items for your consideration today. The first is normal monthly transfers. You'll notice that the list is considerably longer this month, and that's because it includes the transfer of funds to the 45 project pipeline studies that you all approved in July. The second item is the addition of projects to the 6-year improvement program. There are 6 projects to be added. 5 are locally funded in the Fredericksburg district. The last project is to conduct pre-scoping of the Fall Line Trail in Richmond district. And the last item is approval of the I-64 and I-95 corridor improvement plans, as well as the addition of those projects recommended yesterday by Mr. Manel and in previous presentations to the board. And I recommend your approval of all 3.
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? Please indicate your vote in the roll.
Dr. Smoot.
Aye.
Mr. Dodson. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Ms. Hines. Mr. Yates. Mr. Williams. Mr. Tunk.
Aye.
Mr. Kasprowitz. Mr. Brown. Mr. Stinson.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
Mr. Rucker. Mr. Merrill. Mr. Stant.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motions have passed.
Thank you. Neil Horde. Morning.
Madam Secretary, members of the board, I have one item before you this morning. It is a limited access control change in Spotsylvania County. The applicant is requesting a break in limited access on Route 17 to accommodate a right-in, right-out commercial entrance to support a planned gas station convenience store. Has supported the county, and the department recommends your approval.
So moved.
Any further discussion? Please indicate your vote in the roll.
Mr. Stant.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill. Mr. Rucker. Mr. Miller. Mr. Stinson.
Aye.
Mr. Brown. Mr. Kasprowitz. Mr. Tunk.
Aye.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Yates. Ms. Hines.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Dodson.
Aye.
Dr. Smoot.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you. Mr. Todd. Good morning. You know, your timing is so good.
Slightly disheveled. I've been on the bus for over an hour. I live 5 miles away. It was just a series of unfortunate events going on. So I jumped off and ran the last 5 blocks. There was a little bit of traffic. There was the classic platoon of buses that were getting in each other's way. We had 3 or 4 people in wheelchairs that had to get on and off. So the bus driver has to get up out of their seat. So it's just
It's all really important work.
Absolutely.
Yes.
On any
But you know,
normal
it's really
circumstance would be fine.
Yes, yes.
But
Well,
as
we
I'm-
are so happy that you're here.
Thank you.
And that you're safe. And I think we should bring some of these issues to the attention of Director Mitchell. You have come to the right place, Mr. Todd.
Well, it was nice watching the live stream and having my panic rise as the time and agenda
No, it's all
continued to
really
move.
important. So, and I'm glad that we were able to pick up those people and
Yes.
so those individuals, and I know they appreciate it. So,
Absolutely. Apologies. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. I have the freight guidance program for you this morning. We met with the Rail Subcommittee in June, brought it to the full board in July, and now we're bringing it to you for approval so that we can open the first round of applications this December.
move approval.
Second.
Discussion. I will just say, Mr. Todd, that the presentation that you gave on this was really well done.
Thank you very
So,
much. I appreciate
really
it.
appreciated that. Please indicate your vote and the roll.
Dr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Dodson, Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Ms. Hines, Mr. Yates, Mr. Williams, Mr. Tunk.
Thanks, my friend. Have a good one. Bye.
Mr. Kasperwitz, Mr. Brown,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Miller. Mr. Rucker. Mr.
Merrill, Mr. Stant. The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you. Mr. Caples.
Morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I have 3 action items for your consideration this morning. The first project is Order F49. This is Salem District project for on 13th Street improvements. This kind of wraps up a number of projects that we've had on 13th Street there. We had 3 bidders on this project. The low bid did exceed the range of the EE as well as the design estimate, as you can see. But after conducting our bid analysis, we found with 3 bidders that we have market value and are recommending for your approval.
Mr. Smoot.
Madam Secretary, I move approval. I have discussed this project with the Salem District Administration. No new state funds are going to be required. There are adequate funds in the project without taking some of the additive items to fund the project. This will greatly enhance both traffic congestion and safety, so I hope that the board will concur.
Second.
Any further discussion? Please indicate your vote and the roll.
Mr. Stant, Mr. Merrill, Mr. Rucker, Mr. Miller, Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Kasperwitz, Mr. Tunk, Mr. Williams, Mr. Yates, Ms. Hines, Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Dodson, Dr. Smoot.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Next project is Order number F56. This is a Hampton Roads District project for structural steel interstate bridge repairs. We had 3 bidders on this project. Again, the low bid did exceed the range of the evaluative estimate and was slightly higher than the design estimate. After conducting our analysis with 3 bids and the specialized work associated with the structural steel repairs, we are recommending for your award.
Mr. Stant.
In favor of that, accepting, excuse me, accepting that bid.
Take that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Please indicate your vote and the roll.
Dr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Dodson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, Ms. Hines, Mr. Yates, Mr. Williams, Ms. Tunk,
Aye.
Mr. Kasperlitz, Mr. Brown, Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Miller, Mr. Rucker, Mr. Merrill, Mr. Stant. The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
And the final project for today's, for action today is order number F12. This is a Northern Virginia District project for the George Washington Boulevard Bridge construction. We had 6 bidders on this project. The low bid was lower than the design estimate and within the range of the evaluative estimate. After conducting our bid analysis, we find that it represents both market value and a good value, and are recommending for your award.
Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Further discussion.
Just had one question.
Mr. Merrill.
It's a materially low bid from the estimate.
It is.
Can you explain?
With 6 bidders, the more competition we have, that greatly influences the bids that we get. So the more bids we see, typically that drives the price down from a market perspective.
Great job.
Mr. Kasperlitz, anything you'd like to add?
Glad to see there is good competition on this one in particular.
Any further discussion? Please indicate your vote and the roll.
Mr. Stant.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Mr. Rucker. Mr. Miller. Mr. Stinson.
Aye.
Mr. Brown. Mr. Kasperlitz. Ms. Tunk.
Aye.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Yates. Ms. Hines. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Dodson.
Aye.
Dr. Smoot.
Aye.
The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you, Mr. Caples. I'm going to plan to adjourn this. I will check to see if there's any new business that anyone would like to bring before the board. And then we'll move it back into the workshop. Okay, with that, I'm going to adjourn the action meeting. I thank you all for that. I do see Mr. King out there. Welcome. Are you just visiting? You know, I was thinking as we were going through it. So, but anyway, welcome. Always great to have you. With that, I am going to reconvene the workshop. And Mr. Donahue, are you going first, or is Jitender going first? Why don't we do you first? Because I do know that some folks need to leave. I know Mr. Abraham is waiting with bated breath.
Yes. Well, Madam Chair, members of the board, Nick Donahue, Deputy Secretary of Transportation. Mr. Stant, it's very nice to meet you. I'm here this morning to start a discussion, and I do want to frame it that way. We have a number of decisions and choices that will come before the board for the next step. So there are some in my presentation, but I really want to focus on the impact that we've seen to transportation revenues since the start of the pandemic, to kind of go back over the choices we made to try and address that situation, and then talk about how, as potential improvement in that revenue picture comes out to bear, how we might move forward with restoring some of those opportunity costs that as a board you all had to go through to try and deal with those revenue reductions. I was kind of talking until my presentation came up. I'm happy to keep going. Oh, there we go.
And how are the children?
We can move on to the next slide, sorry. And so just as a quick reminder, we have seen a significant impact to the estimated transportation revenues as a result of the COVID pandemic. From the start of the pandemic, which was in the last few months of fiscal year 20, through the end of the current 6-year program, our estimated revenues are down $1.8 billion. So that is a healthy hit over that period of time. That's several $100 million a year. And clearly that compounds quite quickly when you go out over the 6-year program. The great news, again, from my perspective, is the General Assembly, working with the North Administration, did give you all the authority to take actions to try and reduce the impacts on currently funded projects. And again, that authority worked. We did not have to cut a single project. We didn't have to cancel a single project. We didn't delay a single project that was, funded in the program.
Lay off any workers.
Or other actions that are even more untenable at times. And that is in stark contrast to some of our peers. And so many other states cut hundreds of millions of dollars, and in some cases even, I think, $1 billion in one particular state. And so this authority, it worked. It allowed us to maintain those existing commitments. The other thing the authority that the Assembly provided sets out is that after doing that, they wanted focus on trying to phase in the new spending anticipated from the Omnibus Transportation Bill, and we have been able to slowly phase some of that spending in there. Next slide. There's, as you all know, there's 3 main ways we accomplish that. The first is between December 2019 and June 2020, when we adopted the 6-year program, that December forecast in 19 had several $100 million that was going to lift all boats across transportation. We never once have programmed those dollars. We just set them off to the side. And again, that was going to be more money for state good repair, more money for transit, more money for smart scale, more money for the interstate program, across the board kind of revenue increases. And that was simply just set aside as a part of dealing with these revenue reductions. We also dramatically cut back the new spending from the omnibus bill. So there was, I think, $400 or $500 million that was anticipated over those first 3 years. That has been ratcheted back dramatically. Now, slowly, we've started to, add in some funds there, but significant reductions there. And then, as I think you have probably, some of you I know have heard from your member jurisdictions, or we use a cash management strategy, the revenue sharing program, where we took funds again that were allocated in FY20 or earlier, but were on projects that weren't anticipating to spend it until FY21, 22, 23, and in some cases even after FY24. Use that to pay bills in FY21, and we're also planning to use some of that to pay bills in FY23, and paid each of those projects back with future revenue sharing dollars in line with their schedules. There was an opportunity cost there. And that meant that the next round of revenue sharing, smart scale, instead of being in FY21 was in FY25. And that has had some impacts, and we're certainly going to talk about that as we go through the presentation. But again, these were the opportunity costs of being able to maintain all the existing funded projects kind of in that 6-year program. What I want to start to talk about today is things are looking like they might be improving on the revenue side. And so just wanted to really rehash, where did we take the hits? What were they? And if you go to the next slide, I want to hit on some of these in more detail. So we know what happened in revenue sharing. That's been very visible. Had a lot of local governments kind of reach out to you about that and communicate with you about that. But there were a number of other cuts that kind of just happened. And because they were behind the scenes, they didn't show up as well. And so if you remember that last presentation we had in person before we kind of took a hiatus for almost a year there, I was telling you all about the Omnibus Transportation Bill. And at that time, we anticipated round 4 of smart scale was going to be $2 billion. Well, for those of you who remember, it's actually 1.4. So that was a $600 million reduction in available round 4 smart scale funds because of those opportunity costs I just went through. I talked about revenue sharing. We now have seen about $150 or $120 million reduction in omnibus spending. That was larger, and that's shrunk over the last few months as the revenue picture improved. You can see reductions in interstate funding, significant reduction in state of good repair, and then also almost $200 million from the other modes of transportation, transit, port, and aviation there that's seen. So again, there was a number of cuts and impacts that happened that I wanted to just make sure we highlighted. So moving to the next slide.
To say, though, how important it was that the omnibus bill did pass in 2020, and then during the special session, the flexibility that was given to this board to manage this process. So very, very important decisions moving through a time of uncertainty.
And so where are we today? The answer is we have some information, but we don't have all of it. That's the kind of the short of the long. So what do we know? FY21 was a very, very good year for the Commonwealth Transportation Fund. We ended the year with a surplus of $365 million. A portion of these funds are distributed because of the structure of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund directly to certain modes or agencies, and that those funds are just there, and that has already happened. So the Commonwealth Rail Fund, the Commonwealth Port Fund, the Commonwealth Aviation Fund, the Commercial Space Flight Authority, and DMV, they all have received their percentage split, if you will, from this surplus. That's about $20 million. And then under the code, any surplus attributed to maintenance, construction, or transit goes to the Priority Transportation Fund. And I'm going to get into kind of some of how that works later, but the lion's share of these funds are deposited into that account and available for allocation by the board. In addition to the Commonwealth Transportation Fund surplus, though, the code does provide that the transportation is supposed to receive 2/3 of the undesignated general fund surplus, and I have to stress that particular word, because if you don't think about that word, you'd say, oh, we get 2/3 of $2.6 billion. Absolutely not. That is not how this works. There are a number of things that happen and are kind of calls on that money before you ever get to a color of money called undesignated. So in years past, we've had hundreds of millions of dollars of surplus, and there was exactly zero undesignated dollars left at the end. And so when you get past all the kind of required deposits and other things, 2/3 of the undesignated money is about $116 million. Now that is real money, so please don't want anyone listening to get an impression to the contrary. Those funds, though, can only be used once they're appropriated by the General Assembly in the Appropriations Act. So they're there by the code, they are available for transportation, but until the Appropriations Act provides those funds to transportation, they cannot be allocated by this board.
Mr. Miller.
Would they need legislation to do something else with that money?
Madam,
Other than ultimately holding on to it or appropriating it to us, the transportation?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, the Appropriation Act overrides any section of code. So in the event
so they can do anything they want.
Oh, you have to have it pass.
Yes, the General Assembly does have discretion in the Appropriations Act to take actions that are out of line with the code. No, that is accurate. Next slide, please. So here are the things we don't yet know, but they're out there and we have some ideas or some thoughts on which way things are kind of going. So most importantly, the bulk of the $1.8 billion, it's in the outer years. It's in FY22 or the current year through the end of the 6-year program. That's where the bulk of those revenue reductions are. We still do not know what that forecast is. We are operating on one that was done, I believe, last December. It still has a significant revenue reductions in FY22 as well as going out through FY27 compared to where we were in March of 2020. And we're simply just not going to know that until December. And that's really, I think, kind of a key turning point in our decision-making process, because we'll either get good news, bad news, or kind of in-between news in December there, and that's going to drive the bulk of what is available to try and restore some of these opportunity costs. Also pending out there is the federal infrastructure bill that I briefed you all on, I believe at our meeting last month. That has, the House has passed their version, the Senate has passed the bipartisan package. It is said that the House is going to consider the Senate bipartisan bill no later than September 27th. We will see on September 27th whether or not that is the plan on September 27th. But we simply don't know whether that will pass or if it does pass, when it might pass. Importantly, we're hopeful they take action before the end of this month, because the existing federal transportation program expires at the end of the month. So they need to do something before the end of the month, and it's our hope that that something is not extending the current program, but passing this larger kind of vision for federal investments in infrastructure. And so we'll be monitoring that, and clearly we'll be in touch with you all as we kind of learn more. But as we all know from reading the news and other things, Congress at times can be a bit unpredictable. And so clearly we'll have to see what happens there in the coming weeks. But we do expect something to happen, because if nothing happens by the end of the month, the program expires, and Congress tends to go out of its way to make sure that does not happen. In my time working in transportation, I believe it's only happened once for 3 days, which was over a weekend there. And then Congress quickly came back in and extended the existing program and put it back in place. So next slide. So what can we do? What are the actions that we might be able to take? What are the opportunities before you? And I think there's a few things to kind of consider as we think through that process. The first is the Appropriations Act does direct the board in the authority that they provided to prioritize the omnibus spending that was included in the bill passed in 2020. So there are discrete areas where the Assembly has indicated this is an area they want to see new funding. And in the authority they gave you to move money around to balance revenue reductions, a priority was don't cut existing projects. And the second priority was fund the omnibus bill program. So that is a stated priority of the Assembly. And I just put that out there because that's an important priority to know and be aware of and understand. Second to that, as we talk about the revenue sharing program, state money is what we need for the revenue sharing program. A lot of the projects we fund with that are not eligible for federal dollars. And so I just kind of note that if we're here in October and the federal bill has passed, that could be a lot of money coming to Virginia. It can fund almost any type of program we have, but we cannot directly put those dollars into revenue sharing. I'm certain, in case one of your members reaches, one of your jurisdictions reaches out to you, I'm certain there's a revenue sharing project that can take federal dollars. But as a rule, a lot of the types of projects we fund through revenue sharing haven't done the environmental work that would be necessary to use federal dollars, or are a type of project that simply isn't eligible. So, for example, Mr. Yates, you and I have talked about some paving projects in Culpeper. Those projects, when you get down to that category of road, typically just are not eligible for federal funds. But again, I'm certain there is a revenue sharing program project that is eligible. I think the question is whether or not it has taken the steps to be there, because using state funds does have its advantages at times, and then a lot of them just simply aren't. So that's important. So then, reading the tea leaves into December, like what might we see in that December forecast? Because again, as I've kind of said, like that's going to be really the big decision point, and that's where we're truly going to understand how much, if any, of this $1.8 billion is coming back into the Commonwealth Transportation Fund in the form of updated and revised estimates. And what I talk about in this slide is there has been discussion by the Secretary of Finance, Joe Flores, of this concept of a super deposit. What a super deposit is when revenues grow at a certain amount, we are required to make, quote unquote, a super deposit into the rainy day fund. It's a three-pronged test. The first two don't matter for purposes of our discussion about December. The final test, which is the one we don't know and won't know until December, is revenues in the current fiscal year have to be anticipated to grow 5% greater than the previous year's collections. So if you think about that, they are indicating this may happen. And so that would mean FY22 revenue estimates for the general fund, mind you, would be 5% greater than FY21 collections. A lot of our revenue sources aren't in the general fund, but some of them are, and they do tend to kind of track at times. So again, obviously sales tax is in both the general fund and the Commonwealth Transportation Fund. The fact that they are discussing whether or not a super deposit is necessary, I think indicates that there is some cautious optimism that could be had in December. We will see improved revenue estimates. I have to stress, this is all kind of reading the tea leaves, and things could very much change by the time we get to December based on a host of the factors and things like me wearing a mask in front of you here in this meeting today. So again, that's just kind of where things are today, but I wanted to kind of just provide you all with what we're seeing out there so that you can get a sense of what the current discussion is at the moment. And again, as that changes, we can come back and talk about that with you all, but that's kind of what we're seeing today, and I think gives me some optimism about what we'll see in December. Next slide. The other thing with the federal funds is we will be receiving, if that bill passes, more than $1 billion in new funds over the 5+ year period. Federal funds are not like state revenues. They come in specific colors with specific sets of rules. And so I really need to make sure that we kind of talk about that with you all. So if that bill passes, it's not as if all of a sudden there's $1.5 billion that this board can just allocate as it sees fit to any project it sees fit in the state. That is not how the federal program works. They create programs, those programs have rules, and they give you discrete amounts of money in each of those programs. In addition to that, the bulk of the federal money, though, is kind of flexible. So about 80% of the money we get today, we can kind of generally use within our construction programs. And the Code of Virginia, importantly, requires that we distribute that money through the construction formula. So of kind of the flexible dollars we might get, those are required 30% for state of good repair, 40% for smart scale, 20% for interstates, and 10% for safety. That is set out in the code. So absent some change in the code, whatever we get from the federal bill, even where there is discretion, the Code of Virginia then kind of directs you all to apply those dollars within specific programs. Now, again, those are all programs I just showed you took hits. So like the good news is like that can help restore some of those cuts that we just talked about earlier. And then there for the other types of programs like transportation alternatives, we've worked with you all to develop kind of program specific processes for allocating those dollars. It does look like there may be 2 new programs, one for resiliency and another for carbon reduction. And again, if those are passed, I suspect we will need to come work with you all again once we understand those federal rules to develop processes for the allocation of those dollars.
Percentages, please.
It is 30% for state of good repair, 40% for smart scale, and again, half of that is the statewide discretionary and half of that is the district grants. 20% for the interstate program, then 10% for safety. Next slide, please. So we are here today to start a discussion on recommendations. There is, as you've just gone through the action meeting, there's obviously no resolution related to any of this. So this is, we're here to kind of discuss some issues with you. So we would like to recommend that this board take action on the Commonwealth Transportation Fund surplus this calendar year. And I'm going to kind of walk you through what those recommendations are. When it comes to the general fund surplus, we have to wait until the General Assembly reconvenes. We could take some action, but we can't actually spend it, and they may not view too favorably you all taking action in advance of them kind of reconvening. I don't get a vote, so just here to kind of put that out there for your consideration. And then clearly with the federal bill, what we're doing is until Congress acts, that money's not real. Again, we are hopeful that they will. And what we're going to do is, and what we are doing now is we're reading the 2,700-page bill. We're trying to understand how some of those things might work so that if it does pass, we can quickly work with you all to try and talk about how we can take advantage of some of that and put those monies to use. But until they pass it, it's just a discussion. Next slide. So what we'd like to recommend for the use of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund surplus, and I think it's important that this be considered with some of the things on the next slide, because this clearly does not deal with all of the opportunity costs that exist. And again, we can't deal with all of those until we understand what the picture is in December. But the first thing we would recommend, and this is in line with the General Assembly direction, is to go back in and restore the remaining cuts in FY22 for the omnibus programs. So DMV, ports, aviation, they already got theirs through that kind of 20 million distribution earlier in actions you've taken previous to this point when other revenues improved. Transit still was down approximately $40 million. And so we would recommend, again, using the authority that we provide them with that 40, and highway safety was also still down 10 million. So that 50 million there would effectively restore back in FY22 the new omnibus spending that the Assembly thought it was putting in place in 2020 when it passed that bill. The second thing that we would recommend be done is that the board use the effective remaining amount of money that is available there for priority projects in smart scale from round 4. So as I talked about, smart scale round 4 was reduced by $600 million. In the priority transportation fund, the direction that is provided in the code is that the board is to use those funds for priority projects throughout the state. And so we have a list of existing scored projects in a program that saw a 30% reduction in revenue. This would restore about half of that 30% reduction. And we would want to use the funds generally in line with the district grant program percentages. I want to stress the word generally because we don't want to leave, like we sometimes do in smart scale, of $2 million here or a few $100,000 here sitting in a given district. In smart scale, that's okay because the money's out several fiscal years, but with this money being money that's in the bank today, we would want to fully kind of deploy that. And so that means in certain instances, if a district is 7.8%, they might be 7.9 or they might be 7.6, just kind of as the projects that are available kind of line up. So that's what we would like to recommend for that. Again, Smart Scale saw the single biggest cut of all of our potential programs, and we think the language in the PTF with its direction to the board to select priority projects, that using that for essentially scored and evaluated projects that otherwise would have been funded absent the pandemic is in line with that kind of direction in the PTF. And if we can go to the next slide. So if you were to move forward with that, what we would then recommend is in December, if the revenue picture improves, we would fill up other programs first before we start to restore some of these dollars to Smart Scale. So we would look at revenue sharing, we'd look at state of good repair, we would look at the interstate program and other things and put those dollars back in there. What we are also working on and want to bring back to you guys in the next month or two is in the revenue sharing program, part of the reason that was used to deal with the revenue reduction is we had $495 million sitting in there in previous dollars. At the same time, so that showed us that a lot of applicants weren't using those funds in that first fiscal year when they were being awarded, or in some cases, second, third, or fourth year. However, as we know, there are applicants who were using that money in year one. And so what we want to do is a scan of the folks who received money in the last round of revenue sharing, who have a proven track record of using those dollars in the fiscal year in which they received them, and also have projects today that can do that to understand what that universe is, to try and see if there are ways to accelerate funds for these applicants that have projects that can put them to use kind of immediately. Again, we know not all applicants were doing that, or there wouldn't have been, a $400+ million cash balance in there. But we also know, and Mr. Yates and I have talked about Culpeper County, they always apply for about $1 million to $1.5 million, and they have an extremely good track record of putting that money to use in that year that they get it. And so we need to understand who those folks are, what the size of that universe is, so that we can try and make some decisions in December when we understand the revenue forecast better about how we might be able to accelerate some of those dollars for these jurisdictions that have been applying for these funds and really just putting them to use kind of immediately. And so, Madam Secretary, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you. That was a lot of good work. Thank you, Nick. On your previous slide, you said do it based upon the district grant as opposed to not using the high priority areas. Are you suggesting that we consider having 100% using the district grant formula?
Madam Chair, Mr. Merrill, approximate district grant formula. Yes, I'm recommending
generally
that 100% of the money be applied as if it were district grant program funds with some kind of approximate consideration. So some members of the board may remember in round 3, we received additional funding halfway through the process, and we used those dollars in a similar manner where we used all of it for district grant projects and used approximately the percentages. So everybody didn't get, to the 10th of a percent or 100th of a percent their dollars, but they got something in line with it to allow us to put those funds to use on projects. But yes, that is what we are recommending.
And I would say at this point, we're recommending for discussion as well. So just thinking through all of this.
I guess my related question then is if you're suggesting that generally 100% for district grant, why not have some also on the high priority projects? Because they were not cut as much, is that?
Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, it was not. It was simply that was a way to ensure a more equitable use of these funds that are available in year one. Again, we're also restoring about half the reductions. And so one could argue that if more money comes in later, that should go to high priority. So again, that's all discussion for the board. And candidly, Mr. Merrill, you all could say, hey, we hear you that you want to use 100% there. We actually think a 50-50 split is better. Those are all discussions. These are PTF dollars. These are not smart scale dollars. So that's why we could use them not exactly to the exact percentage. If they were actual smart scale dollars, we would have to use them by law on the exact percentages. And so there is some kind of flexibility here and give and take that we can have working with you all.
Mr. Miller.
Nick, if you knew what the money was going to be today, as opposed to not, would you recommend us to do anything differently than what you're recommending now? Sort of concept and how the money would waterfall through.
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, mean, if there were more money, I'd be recommending we put more money in more places to be kind of direct.
Didn't know whether, like, we've got priorities, right? And basically what you've done is laid out priorities, not fully understanding what the total money is going to be. My question is, if you knew the total money, would any of that change?
Chair, Mr. Miller, if December was zero, nothing came back in December, the revenue estimates stayed the exact same for the future years, I think what we would need to understand then is the only thing I would modify from what we have recommended is how do we use that 115 to address some of these other things, potentially like some of the revenue sharing cuts or other items that can address some of the other kind of needs that are out there. I think the Assembly anticipates that you all are going to restore the omnibus spending because that is, again, their direction. So there's nothing I would change about that. I think if you talk to local governments across the state, like Smart Scale took a 30% hit. So I think kind of restoring that lets all districts and all regions see additional funding. And then I think the one thing that is left undone by that, but the opportunity exists within the general fund surplus or other things, if December were a zero. Again, I'm assuming we get no new money in December. I don't think that's going to be the case. I really hope that's not the case. But if that is the case, I think the one thing that's in there is what is that universe of revenue sharing projects that could spend that money sooner? And can we address those through the 116 or some other revenues that we anticipate are going to be available? Because that 116, again, that's here. That's in the bank somewhere. We're simply waiting to see whether we get the authority to spend it pursuant to the code.
So as a follow-up, you going to recommend that we take some action before we know that then? I mean, sort of suggested that. I guess my question is, that's 100 days away, right? The end of December is 100 days, right?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, and I may phone a friend, Mr. Lawson, back there. I think the December revenue estimates, I know they become public when the governor puts out the budget. I don't remember whether or not the numbers themselves come out before the budget and the projected spending. Okay, so they don't come out until kind of that December 18th. So, Mr. Miller, I guess we are recommending that the board act on those dollars before we know December. The other thing I would candidly say is that is the last meeting of this board during this administration. And so it's the opportunity for you all to kind of put those dollars to use with your kind of current composition and other things. And so that is the recommendation there. I do think we will start to see more and understand more about December when the first quarter of fiscal year 22 closes. So we've seen the first 2 months. I'll just say they look pretty good. So again, to meet current forecasts, we would need revenues to shrink by 2% year over year at this point in the fiscal year. They're up 21%. So we are clearly not seeing that reduction. And again, 21% is a little bit misleading. That's 21% from a much lower kind of baseline. That's not 21% over March of 2020. I think that 21% probably gets us back to March of 2020. So for the first 2 months, things are looking very good. The discussion about the super deposit by the Secretary of Finance also leads me to believe that they think there's a high likelihood of that. And again, likelihood does not mean reality. And so December, it may come back and something has changed and they all of that unravels. That could happen. I do want to acknowledge that to you. But to your point, no, I don't think we would recommend anything different. I think what we would start to discuss with you guys is how should we try and do the general fund surplus to scratch some of those other issues where we had opportunity cost.
So if we decided not to take action before the end of the, what would that cost? What would the opportunity cost of that be?
So I think there are a few opportunity costs. One, like the money's sitting there, and so it's not people aren't starting to do work or other things to get ready for that. And candidly, to try and ramp up for the construction seasons, other things, you would want to
100 days of time.
Yeah.
Least, right.
The other thing is this board has the administrative authority to allocate those dollars. I would argue that these are ongoing recurring dollars and therefore subject to the intent the General Assembly put in the budget last year that they Assembly would not earmark them. But you do run a risk that they could choose to treat those dollars otherwise, and they could try to direct that spending. And again, you all do have the administrative authority under the code as it exists today to allocate these dollars. It is very clear, that is black and white. So I think those are the two kind of main risks, is you're just losing time. We're not able to advance any projects sooner. And then you run the risk that someone else may have a different idea.
Somebody else gets in the sandbox.
Secretary. Thanks, Nick. This is encouraging. Actually,
That's a
very.
good word.
It is. It's encouraging. So I want to just make sure that I understand. The 295 that you're recommending go into smart scale and that we use the round 4 scoring. Your perception is that that is driven from the omnibus bill, that's the General Assembly would expect us to fund that?
Madam Chair, Ms. Hunt, no, that is
No,
that
okay.
is not the first 50 million.
The first
100 would falls into that category.
Okay.
The second amount is if we put all this money into the overall formula, what you get in any individual program is not actually that large of amount.
Gotcha.
And so the idea was, where can you put it in a place where you can make a meaningful difference and you can see results throughout the state? And Smart Scale was kind of the one place where we thought that was easy, and it was also the program where it had the single largest reduction. And so that was the rationale there. That was not
okay.
the
That's useful because I was unclear. So, you know, in my district, the hit on revenue sharing has had a ripple effect. People did rely on it. You know, they've worked through it. VDOT's been wonderful. But if I asked my folks, you know, whatever this amount is that would come to NOVA, it might do one project, maybe on my list, maybe not more. So one of the questions I have is, for my district, we might get more bang for the buck if we could move revenue sharing up. I don't know that that's a choice. I don't really know who it would affect. I'm just dealing in the numbers in my head. But we might get more things going faster than approving one more large project in Northern Virginia. So I guess what I would like to see when you come back to us is some way for us to understand, you know, how much money it would be if we did what you're recommending, and then how that could it be deployed in different ways in a district based on where the impact could be greatest.
So, Madam Chair, Ms. Hunt, I think we'd be happy to come back in the next meeting and show an illustrative list of, if the funds were deployed this way, how would that look in the various districts? I think what I need to stress is, in that event, there's going to be some amount of money somewhere that we can't spend, or that we can try and pick like the next highest scoring one. So please bear with us in case we do that in a way you don't like, but we can come back with some kind of illustrative allocations to help like demonstrate what that might be able to do in a given region.
And then I have one other, I guess, observation policy question. It bothered me a lot that we had to go and move revenue sharing out to years 5 and 6. It really bothered me because it means everything we do is out there at the end of the cycle, and it's all subject to these escalations and all of that. So from a policy perspective, I agree that a lot of people weren't spending in year 1 and 2, or they were marginally spending in years 1 and 2. I would really like some discussion of how we could pull revenue sharing up to years 3 and 4 in the 6-year plan, so that it would be, everything wouldn't be out at the end, and people would have some tranches of money in between. So when you come back, that's sort of but for me, that would be a goal. Let's get it out of 5 and 6 and up into 3 and 4.
So, Madam Chair, Ms. Hines, I think to that point, if the board would like, I think maybe the next discussion, if this is something that the board is generally comfortable with, and again, no one's asking for any votes or anything now, so we obviously need to come back with more information for you all to kind of consider that. Perhaps the add-on to that next discussion is, okay, in December, if we get 300 million back over the 6 years, of the remaining cuts, where do we want to prioritize that? If we get 900 million back, where do we want to prioritize that? I think the answer, if it's 1.8 billion, is pretty easy. Please don't like walk away thinking we're gonna get $1.8 billion back. So I don't want to give anyone that impression. Yes, we have no clue what will happen in the December forecast. But I think perhaps what I'm hearing, Ms. Hines, would be helpful is, in addition to the illustrative potential list of projects that could be picked in each district using those PTF dollars, what then would be starting the discussion of what is the priority for restoration of the remaining cuts in those other programs and the remaining smart scale cuts exist there, and having that discussion when we come back so that we can start to game plan and understand in December when we get that information, what is the priority order, and putting those, knowing the kind of the game plan when that happens.
Well, and Ms. Hines, if, I was going to bring this up as well, because we talk about this a good bit, not knowing what it's going to be. I was hoping, Mr. Yates, we would get a reforecast in August. So it's not happening until December, and so making a financial commitment without that is really challenging in the world in which we're living. But to me, and I was going to raise this as well, when it went from years 1 and 2 to years 5 and 6, that is what I hear the most. And if we could move them to years 3 and 4, doesn't that also coincide with their
localities have raised about the language in the revenue sharing program about projects being in their capital improvement program. Most of them have 4 and 5 year programs, right. And so when the money is in 5 and 6, that's creating some difficulties for folks. And so getting to 3 and 4 would most certainly address that issue.
Plan and execute the dollars. And I also, your thoughts about making sure that what are the projects out there that may have the opportunity cost lost to certain localities where they were not able to apply for this year's 1 and 2, which I think is also within your district. But I think that could go a long way. There were certain reasons brought forward about aligning revenue sharing to years 5 and 6, because that's how we do smart scale. But it's a different program. So if we could move that, I think it would make a big difference.
It really doesn't belong in years 5 and 6.
And the monies are different. And so, Mr. Yates.
Just a couple comments. Thank you, Nick. Really, really good news, I think, and really encouraged by the whole thing. But I think we shouldn't overlook one thing, and that is I think we're happy to see the potential revenue increase come back, but we should really give thanks to Governor Northam and his cabinet for the quick action on the pandemic, and I think we're just so much better shape than many states like Texas and Florida. Yeah, it's great. So thanks for the action that was taken. Yeah, no, I mean that. I mean, Virginia's in great shape compared to many states, and it's thanks to the good leadership. So,
well, and you know, I agree with you that Governor Northam, Secretary Cary, Secretary Moran, just a number of people who have really made this a priority and just really smart decisions. Many of us are walking with masks and, living in masks, and so we're not out of it yet.
It's a quick bounce back, I think.
So,
Much
but thank you
thought,
for saying that.
Assignments kind of correctly. I'm going to read them back out.
You may have another one.
Yeah, I will wait to add to the list.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Nick, I'm sorry if I missed this in your presentation, but did you mention what may come back to the state of good repair? Because that was the second area that took a big chunk.
So at this moment, we're not recommending anything with the current year surplus. I think there are 2 reasons for that. The first is the federal bill, if it were enacted, we potentially could receive one of the big priority areas in that bill. So the bill again has the existing program increased and then supplemental appropriations. The single largest amount of supplemental appropriations being recommended is for bridge work. And so if that were to pass, we could be getting $536 million back over the next 5 years just for bridge work. And so at the moment, we thought it was prudent to kind of wait on that. Both the House bill also would have provided kind of a similar amount through a larger increase in the base program for bridges. And so both the House and Senate have kind of put a marker down that providing more dedicated funding for bridge repair is going to be a high priority in whatever bill might pass. And so for that reason, we are kind of recommending holding off on state of good repair at the moment.
I will say, I asked the exact same question. Yeah, but it still has to pass. So
Absolutely.
I just want to point this out to everybody. So, Yes, and so it really may be a different recommendation if it were not to pass, so, yes.
So to
Okay,
read
well,
back out the homework assignments, just to make sure I have them correct. So the first is, how would the 300 or
wait,
so?
we all are gonna write this down.
And I'm looking for feedback to make sure that I remember this correctly. I'm standing up here with, hand sanitizer and a microphone, so I can't take notes.
And Nick, it is on tape, so.
Touche.
Well, that was Mr. Williams' observation.
It is. Show you how the 300 million could be allocated using the approximate district grant formula program percentages to the various districts to kind of give you all a sense of how that might look and whether or not, that is kind of advances meaningful projects or not, or how that works in your particular districts and regions. And then I think the second part, which will be a bit more intensive, was coming up with kind of scenarios of, if the December forecast does X, what is the first priority for restoration? If it does X times 2, what's next? X times 3, what's after that? To kind of come back and make sure that we're planning to restore the funds when more money comes back in line with the priorities of the board. So trying to understand some of those issues. And I've kind of heard clearly that addressing some of the revenue sharing folks that can spend the money in years 1 or 2 is a high priority. So I've also heard that part as well as we're kind of talking about policy issues. And I should note, nobody was excited about moving revenue sharing to years 5 and 6. It was all kind of a trade-off of, do we want to cancel a project that's already been picked and funded, or do we need to move this out here to preserve it? So I wanted to stress for all of your jurisdictions, nobody took any warmth out of that experience. It was kind of picking the lesser of evils in that circumstance.
Yes.
And thanks for re-emphasizing that, Mr. Donahue. I think that's really.
If we were to move it to years 3 and 4, would that exceed that $100 million a year for revenue sharing, and do we need legislation?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, you raised an extremely good point there. Under the code, revenue sharing receives the greater of $100 million a year, or 7% of the construction formula. It currently is receiving all of that money because we're paying back those projects that we borrowed money from in years FY21 through FY24. So in the event we try to kind of accelerate the round that's in 25 and 26 to 23 and 24, or from 5 and 6 in the program to 3 and 4, we'd need to work with the assembly on that to get some just special authority for just those 2 years to be able to move that money up a bit. Now, again, I suspect those members are also hearing from their local governments, just as you all are.
To testify.
So, but I think that, Madam Chair, you raise a great point. You guys cannot do that on your own. If it comes back in those December dollars, again, when we're talking about money out in those years, they've already received all of that. And so it's a fixed kind of formula. Again, we've already modified the formula slightly for the repayment, because some years is actually 114, other years 107. So the Assembly has worked with us in the past on that. Again, past mayor, who knows what they will do in the future, I guess is all I should say, but it's certainly a discussion we can have.
Secretary, I think there was one other piece, maybe not, but so I was interested in getting what revenue sharing projects are at risk or got moved by district.
We missed the opportunity.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, that was on the list as well.
Okay, good, I just want to make sure.
And that work is underway, so the staff have already been reaching out and understand what is the size of that universe of folks who have, again, spending past allocations in the first year, and second, who have a project today that is in line with those types of the projects they've had in the past that could spend it sooner rather than later. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, well, I think it was a really good initial discussion. You said we're starting the discussion.
Yep.
Many unknowns going forward. And I would just say that, in these coming months, that should you have ideas, recommendations, please call us now. Don't wait for the next meeting. This is really a time to be engaged as we're planning. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Donahue. Let's see, is Jitender here? Oh, there you are. No stress or anything, but you are the last presentation. Good morning.
And I want to make sure that those watching the streaming can hear me.
Okay, I'm going to just go ahead and recommend for Mr. Abraham to speak up, even louder.
Yeah, I'm probably the one who has that issue more frequently. Good morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Today's presentation is about VTrans. VTrans is Virginia's transportation plan. So VTrans is a statewide multimodal transportation plan. The code has entrusted the responsibility of development of the plan to the board. And at the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment, our responsibility is to assist the board in the development of the plan. The code requires that the plan be submitted to the Office of the Governor and to the General Assembly. The intent at this time, based on the direction from the board, is to do so before the end of the year. And so today's presentation focuses on long-term risk and opportunity register. There is a policy to develop and monitor it. Today, it's a first in the series of 2 presentations with the direction from the chair and the board. Our intent is to come with the second part in October. So with that, next slide, please. So today's presentation will focus on the policy overview, and we'll focus on one mega trend. So to identify risks and opportunities, we have 10 mega trends, and I will define that term in a minute, and 10 macro trends, and today's presentation focuses on one of them, climate change. Climate change is a mega trend. Next slide, please. So VTrans has 4 major components. I try to re-emphasize that because VTrans is has a much longer time horizon, so it just helps to sort of orient ourselves. So the foundational piece is the board's vision and guiding principles and goals. That drives everything that we do. I'm reminded of a discussion I had at the start of it in 2018 with Ms. Hines, and she asked us to make sure that you emphasize this and follow it along the way. So that's the foundational piece. The board took action on that last year. The second piece is sort of stemming from that, okay, how can we achieve the board's goals, visions, and objectives in the midterm, which is the next 10 years, right? So the board adopted a policy to identify the needs. These needs, the midterm needs that are identified, get informed smart scale. For every project that comes in, application that comes in smart scale, it has to address a VTrans need. Then earlier this year, the board took action to prioritize them because we identified needs. There were over 30,000 directional miles of needs. And so the board took action to prioritize these needs in a more transparent, systematic way. Yesterday, my colleague, Mr. Chad Tucker, provided how those priorities are going to be receiving or informing Commonwealth's investment. He provided a presentation on project pipeline that is sort of identifying solutions for the priorities that the board has identified, right? So those 2 actions are complete, so the column 1 and 2. Today's presentation focuses on column number 3, which is the long-term risk and opportunity register. So with that, I think I will emphasize that the Code of Virginia and the federal code requires that we have at least 20-year in planning horizon. So that's just the requirement, right? And that's an important requirement we want to track. We want to make the most of that requirement. I would note that a risk register concept is also not new. It is used in VDOT, it is used in corporate sector, in all businesses. And I will just read out something from the Howard School of Law Forum on Corporate Governance, which defines it as, it is a process effected by an entity's board of directors applied in strategy setting across the enterprise. So it is essentially, based on the guidance that we have from the code, that this is the board's plan, it sort of made sense to have these as the risk and opportunities that the board identified. We want to take a comprehensive look across the board. The second key aspect of it is that we used to refer to them, if you recall, those who have seen this version, we used to refer to them as long-term needs. And one thing we quickly realized is that we do not have the level of certainty that we would want to say in 2045, we would have to widen X lane on 250, between this point and this point. We just don't have that certainty. So we took this approach of risk and opportunity register. And the fourth, so those are the three major components. And the fourth step, which is the strategic actions, is to how the risks and opportunities that are identified addressed. So it's one thing to find the problems, right? It's one thing to find the needs. It's one thing to find the risks and opportunities, but the actions are what is taken in strategic actions. So those are the four major pieces, and today's presentation focuses on the column number 3, which is the long-term risk and opportunity register. Next slide, please. This simple diagram, I startle myself. This simple diagram illustrates what we are trying to do, right? What is a risk and what is an opportunity? So if you are in trading, you will say risk is an upside or downside. Why do we need the word opportunity, right? But here the idea is to convey that there is risk is essentially a downside. Opportunity is something that we can leverage for an upside advantage. Essentially, what we are trying to do is, if there is a board's desire is to, board has established a trend line. For example, board wants to reduce VMT, right? Board wants to improve safety. That has been discussed multiple times. If there is a trend that is going in the direction that is less desired, and based on the macro trends that we see, it's going to continue that route. The actions that, the difference between where we want to be and where we are projected to be is the risk or opportunity, right? So that's the risk or opportunity that we identify. And strategic actions are the things that we do to bend the curve, so to speak, using the phrase that we have come to look at, recently. Next slide, please. So this policy has 5 steps. I will, the presentation today focuses on one of the mega trends that we have identified. So the first step is looking at external factors, right? We know what we can control, right? We know we can control revenues. We know we can control things that allocations and things like that. So what are the external factors? Things that largely are beyond our control. So on this point, I will, we use the term that is developed by European Foresight platform, which is a consortium of academic and scientific bodies. And it defines megatrend as something as a large social, economic, political, environmental, or technological change that is slow to form. Once in place, megatrends influence wide variety of activities, processes, perception, both in government and in society possibly for decades. And each megatrend can have multiple macro trends associated with it. So essentially what we are seeing is, let's just start with what the external factors are, things that we have least control over as a state. And I should say everything is subject to change. Policy is there to drive the change, right? Second one is that, again, focusing on what the priorities are based on the goals. And the third one is estimating impact of the external factors on our priorities, right? Fourth one is, based on the impact we have identified, let's identify risks and opportunities. So those 4 steps essentially are developing a risk register. And the final step, the 5th step, is to, once we have identified risks, opportunities, we have identified these trends, let's monitor them for annual reporting. So these 5 steps, and today's presentation will use one megatrend as an example. Next slide, please. So on this, today's focus is on climate change, but before we start looking at it, I think I wanted to make sure that we emphasize that climate change as a mega trend has many trends associated with it. Transportation impacts air quality, for example. Air quality impacts quality of life and climate change, in other words. So there is a whole lot more that is to the subject of climate change, especially when it comes to air quality. There was a very good discussion yesterday on sustainability and all the initiatives that the Commonwealth is taking to not to just measure them, but proactively address them in the form of, creating a new office, in the form of initiatives that were outlined in the presentation yesterday. And that is, in my mind, this is a collaborative effort that is informing that process, that the collective decisions that the Commonwealth is taking, especially at the Transportation Secretariat level. So then IPCC's report also identified the extremes. They range from flooding, cyclone, temperature extremes. Believe it or not, there are states that are already seeing impacts of temperature extremes on their construction schedules, right? Snow and rain had impact on construction schedules, and now there are states that are looking at the temperature impacts as well. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, that there is a whole lot more to it. The first mega trend in this policy for your consideration is the impact of climate change, and then the focus is on increase in vulnerability risk, flooding risk, which is sea level rise, storm surge, and inland riverine flooding. Again, keeping in mind that there is a whole lot more to the air quality and other things that the Commonwealth is already doing significant efforts towards. And this is, by the way, the focus of today's presentation. Second slide, please. Next slide, please. So this next one is the technological, right? So going back to this original trend of technological advancements, we have talked about adoption of autonomous vehicle, electric vehicles, Mr. Yates, sheer growth in shared mobility. Next slide, please. The third one might sound unusual in transportation world, which is consumption patterns. And the reason, I think it will probably, I'm hoping it makes more sense when you see it in the next presentation in October. But generally, consumption patterns have a significant impact on transportation. So an example is, and not to sort of take away from a presentation in October, but e-commerce, growth of e-commerce, the impacts on VMT. So what, at least the projections that we have, we are seeing reduction in VMT, but a growth in truck volumes. And that has implications on bridge, payment life cycles. The automation of production and services, it ranges from drone release. So for example, we have estimates for drones deliveries on VMT and number of trips. And it has impacts on curbside management, which is increasingly becoming a larger issue. At least in my mind, curb management is going to be the major issues in the coming years, especially in the densely urbanized areas. You know, you take Arlington, Alexandria's. Next slide, please. And finally, is something that, you know, drives pretty much everything, which is the population and employment, where people live, where they're traveling to, and why they're traveling, right? Increase in workplace flexibility, we are not calling it work from home because the trends, at least the evidence suggests that it might be a mix of remote workplace, that you're not going to your office, but you're still going to a shared workspace or something like that. Growth in professional services industry, that is the driver behind the remote work options, and 65 cohort and population employment. I think that in my mind, the key here is that our focus, this policy focuses on cumulative impact. So the board has looked at individual aspects multiple times, right? The benefit that we think of this policy provides is that it looks at all in one. So what is the impact, for example, of growth in e-commerce on BMT, automation on EMT, electric vehicle shared mobility on BMT, right? It is a collective view of all these things as opposed to something to the contrary. The second one is that we can provide information on statistics and things of that sort, right? But I think it becomes more meaningful, which is that if we tie it to the goals, what does it mean for us? And the third thing is that we want to rely on academic sources. So there's a lot of information. I will tell you that in the past 2 months, I was keeping a track of number of articles that have in the past year. People are moving out of downtowns. Now they're moving back in downtowns, and now they're going back. So it's very fleeting, in other words, you know. And so in this case, we want to focus on academic sources and nonpartisan institutions that can provide reliable information. Next slide, please. So with that, again, the focus is on one of the megatrends. The next three, with the direction from the chair and the board, might be in October. And today's presentation focuses on sea level rise, storm surge, and inland riverine flooding. Next slide, please. So before I start, I think the presentation yesterday highlighted a number of initiatives that have been going. So this is not a new subject, and this is, the board has already seen quite a bit of information on that. We also presented a framework to you all back in June of 2019. I'm sure you all remember that. Yes, I know. I know. That was my best one, by the way. So. Yes, yeah.
He's not here.
But
Few people do need to leave a little
Yeah.
early, so it is not the presentation.
yes,
And they're going to stay for an extra one next month. Maybe that April 2019, what month was it in 2019?
yes. So
So you have 8 minutes.
I understand. So I think this should be quick, I think, from this point on, because I wanted to make sure this stay. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Really?
So, ma'am, I think one thing, because we have folks from, I gather there will be some from DCR probably watching this presentation. So I want to acknowledge their collaboration. I would like to acknowledge, several divisions within VDOT, ranging from L&T, Bridge, and Pavement that have. I will say that WIMS, we have been active contact with them. PDCs in Hampton Roads region, Mr. Miller and Mr. Johnson, that have been very active. We have, prior to making information public, we have shared with them to make sure that we are gathering their feedback. So there is probably a bunch of people and divisions that I will forget to mention. And if they are watching it, then please know that this is a very collaborative effort and we appreciate the feedback. Again, there's a lot more effort that is going on in this area. Next slide, please. So that was the first, right? We are looking at one external mega trend. The second one is, okay, how does it relate to the board's priorities? So we are only going to, for the purposes of today's presentation, focusing on goal D, which is at risk, roadways at risk from flooding. Next month, our goal is to come back to you with the BMT, which should share mobility and others. Next slide, please. And then when we are trying to identify impacts of these mega trends, one thing we realized we did not want to. We knew all projections, somebody said all projections are wrong. It's just a matter of how wrong they are, So we wanted to be right to the extent possible, which is to say that there will be 3 scenarios. So compared to business as usual, what are the 3 scenarios? And in this case, we had the benefit of the guidance from the governors. Since 2018, the governor issued executive orders. There have been 2, and that helped us sort of establish the basis for sea level rise. So the medium impact scenario that we will be presenting is based on what is in the governor's executive order. Next slide, please. So on the bright slide, this might not look very good, but there is on the website, we have a tool that allows looking at all the scenarios for all sea level rise, inland flooding, and that data set is available for public and localities to review and download. So right now it's showing a map of roadways impact at risk from sea level rise. These colors, and it may not appear very good on the screen here at least, are red is where there's something is highly vulnerable, medium is relatively medium, and low. Again, Madam Secretary, you have pointed this out. Low doesn't mean there is no risk, right? This is an equally priority, but on the relative scale, when we think of the relative impacts to the population, those are based on the AADTs and several other factors. Next slide, please. The next slide, this one shows the roadways at risk from storm surge. And this is, again, on a 3-point scale, high, medium, low. Next slide, please. And finally, let's just convert everything, all the red colors that were there in mileage, directional mileage. And if you were to put it on a graph, the bottom shows all the construction district for Bristol. There are 3 acronyms for our new board member. SLR stands for sea level rise, SS stands for storm surge, IRF stands for inland riverine flooding. And again, I don't think there is any surprises for those who have been looking at this area. Hampton Roads region has the most number of directional miles at risk from storm surge. One thing we wanted to make sure, and I want to make sure we point out, is that as much as we have done, I think, the discussion yesterday provided more guidance for the work that we want to continue pursuing. So one of the opportunities for improvement we have seen is that need for better data collection, whether it's roadway elevation, so that we can avoid false positives, or whether, better collaboration and coordination opportunities for collecting data from locally maintained roadways. So for example, Hampton Roads area, which is largely locally maintained, it wouldn't surprise me if there are more roadways at risk from flooding because of inland riverine flooding. Next slide, please. So when we looked at, so we are at step number 3, looking at the impacts of the mega trend climate change on our goal D, right? Roadways at risk from flooding. So when we look at the impact, so the next question is, which the board has discussed many times, is equity, right? It's not only what the impacts are, but who's getting impacted, and is that the proportional share or not? So we looked at, based on the board established equity emphasis areas, majority low-income population areas, block groups, and what is the share of for each hazard type that they are exposed to? Next slide, please.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Merrill.
May I ask a question, Jitender? Could you just clarify, where would you put flooding like from Hurricane Ida? Would you put that in occurred in New York? Would you put that in storm surge? Would you put that in inland river flooding?
That's a great question, sir. It could be both. It could be both. So storm is essentially a combination of wind and water, whereas inland flooding to a large extent could be result of the precipitation that occurs. It could also be because of, in this case, at least based on the data we have available, it could also be because of temporary events such as blockage of storm system or something of that nature. Did I answer your question, Mr. Merrill?
Yeah, I'm just curious because that to me seems one of the biggest risks. And looking at your data, for instance, in Stanton, you indicate river flooding, but I also see storm surge when we have these huge deluges of rain that would also be a risk.
Yes, sir. So I think one thing to note, and again, due to the lack of time, we can our goal is to sort of discuss some of these things with you in more detail between now and October as well. For these 3 hazards, the impacts are different temporarily. For example, storm surge, there is some predictive estimate, whereas inland flooding, the precipitation events may or may not be, as we have seen in Northern Virginia recently. Sea level rise is much more, can be, from few days in a month to several days in a month type of event to more permanent. So the temporal aspects and the impacts vary. So while the mileage may convey different meaning, I think that's a factor to be considered as well. Next slide, please. And the next slide is focusing on, I'm sorry, the previous one. On the minority populations, these are the majority minority populations here. Next slide, please.
But what are the districts that have the greatest impact on minorities?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, ma'am. It is on a relative scale, it is the Hampton Roads. When we combine all these 3 hazard types.
And what are the others, though, that have significant impact?
Those are Richmond and Northern Virginia. I would say that for Northern Virginia, it can be because of these are percentages. So while the overall number related to storm surge and sea level rise, it's smaller, relatively smaller compared to Hampton Roads, the percentages may not convey the actual number. But Madam Chair, to answer your question, is Hampton Roads, Richmond, and Northern Virginia.
Fredericksburg.
Yes.
I'm apologies, Mr.
Is
Seaver.
the Lynchburg district on there too?
Lynchburg district, in terms of minority, it is not, but in terms of the low income, it is.
It is. Well, anyway, when I was reading through the presentation, and I wish I could pull this up right now, but I was really affected reading this because of just how widespread across the Commonwealth something like flooding can actually have, and really the effects on disadvantaged populations is truly meaningful. So anyway,
yes,
I
ma'am.
just wanted to pause for a second.
And one thing I would like to clarify is that this is I believe all analysis is imperfect. It's just a matter of which imperfection is. In this case, one imperfection might be this may not be accurately showing. This is focusing on majority minority populations, so there might be minority populations in majority, that are not minority. The second one is that just because a road is flooded in a non-minority area doesn't mean that doesn't impact those who are traveling through it. So again, the impacts are far beyond what we can see on this chart. Next slide, please. So first step is we looked at the mega trend climate. We looked at the goal B. It's important for our goal D. We looked at the impacts and who's getting impacted. The fourth one is, okay, what risks and opportunities we have. I would, in the interest of time, I would not go through all the items that the staff has identified as examples, but this is a process that we would like to work with the board, not only related to this, but other mega trends as well. And next slide, please. And finally, as the idea is to come back to the board, so identify risks and opportunities and come back to the board on an annual basis to provide updates. So we said, for example, the attitudes or electric vehicle proliferation, we have adoption curves, for example. It was supposed to be at, right now we are looking at approximately 2%, give or take, for personal use vehicles. We expected it to be 3.5 in particular year. Did it turn out to be the case? Does that impact our risks and opportunities? So we focused on one, but we have identified on the others, and everything, as Madam Secretary, you pointed out, is subject to the board's direction and modifications. Next slide, please. These are related to the other macro trends. Finally, there's a last slide. Next slide, please. So today's presentation, we focused on one of the 10 mega trends. For all we have numbers, we have working on some tools and things of that sort. Our goal is to gather feedback from the board on the risks and opportunities. We want to continue engagement and outreach activities. I should mention that we had an opportunity to share the vulnerability work with, and we received some very good comments. And finally, the strategic actions. Based on the direction from the chair and the board, we might come with the strategic actions next month as well. Madam Secretary, that was the end of the presentation. And apologies for going over time.
No, and first of all, you didn't. I just wanted you to know, some people were standing up and had nothing to do with this. They just, had let me know. No, Jitender, thank you so much. So any thoughts, questions from the board? Mr. Kaspowitz.
Jitender, fascinating presentation. Thank you. I have just one question. On your slide 21, you identify that OIP will provide annual updates to the board on and list. These are macro trends. Is that an evolved list? Is that what we're going to get? Is this something open to discussion? And I guess my question is, can we discuss this in greater detail at some point, make certain that this gives us the information we think we need as a board to focus on policy decisions?
Yeah, yes, sir. Everything is subject to the direction from the board. This is really the board's plan. Our job is to assist. And I would say that especially when it comes to risks and register and the trend trackers, what the board would like to see on an annual basis, I think those are probably the key. Data crunching part, we can try to answer for you on those instances. Did I answer your question, Mr. Kasparos?
Yes, thank you. Well, actually, the follow-up, we can do that offline. Like, how do we get to that dialogue?
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, you were suggesting something.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So our intent is to, based on the availability from the board members, try to get in touch with you. Today's presentation provided the framework, but we do see this as an item that will require significant feedback from you all. So we were planning on getting in touch with you and try to find availability.
It's a great way to do it. It's been very successful in the past.
Yeah. So, Madam Secretary, I just want to say this is a really smart way to do a risk analysis. I know that we're talking about risk and opportunities. And so I'm really impressed with the process. And I appreciate the fact that I know that you guys are going to reach out and we're going to have some one-on-one sessions. But I'd really like to, in the future, when you come back with these presentations, to really have maybe 2 or 3 slides and to really give the board the opportunity to have dialogue about those 2 or 3 slides. And I think this is very important so that you can level set us with regard to what you've done. And, one of the things that we do in my corporate life is we look at risk, right? That's the financial and operational risk issues. And I think this is what this is doing in a very, very smart way. But I'd love for us to be able to have like 20 minutes to just talk about these risks and how we are thinking about approaching them to really drive that feedback that you're looking for from the board. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, and I agree. I think this is an outstanding presentation. Thank you. And there might be some merit in having discussions across districts of what's occurring. I mean, the Rappahannock and James, I mean, they cross districts as well as Potomac, so.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, Jitender, you know that I really, really appreciate your work. And, you know, I think meeting individually with people to help you hone in on what are those slides that we need to bring to the board to have a discussion, I think would be really, really helpful. And how your work impacts all the other studies that take place and how we prioritize those. And how I believe some of this work will impact sustainability in the future. So it's, you know, Ms. Hines is always so good about how all of this is connected. And sometimes I think we have to be really deliberate about it, because for people listening, it's challenging to keep up. And I know that's why you level set us. But it's always ongoing. It never ends. This process never ends. And so anyway, I just say that to you. So with that, I'm sure we have very brief reports, which I didn't have a chance to ask about earlier.
Yeah, I really don't have any additional items to report.
Is that a good report or what?
I'm deferring mine until October as well.
Oh, there you go. We have some transition meetings this afternoon. I think we have some long sessions this afternoon. So I knew we had to, that's what I'm doing from 12 to 4. I'm assuming that we're all going to be doing similar things.
Yes,
So
we are.
anything else from the board? Can I just say how happy I am to be with you in person? It is not the same. I will say, you know, it's not the same as watching you in person, you know, online. So thanks everybody. I thank you. Okay, y'all just made my day. So thank you all, and thanks everybody for listening. We're adjourned.